Hey guys, tonight we are diving into something truly ancient, and maybe just boring enough to knock you right out. You're stepping barefoot into the misty shadows of prehistory, where humans first figured out how to stop grunting at each other long enough to decide, hey, maybe we should, stick together. Imagine the flicker of firelight, the smell of damp earth, and someone awkwardly offering a chunk of mammoth meat as a romantic gesture. You probably won't survive this, not because it's dangerous, but because 2 hours of marriage proposal history is the perfect lullaby for your poor, overworked brain. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The funny thing about prehistory is, there's no written record. No handy diary entry from Ugg the caveman saying, "Dear Journal, today I proposed to Ugla by giving her the finest rock I could find." But archaeologists have clues, lots of them. You trudge through this hazy timeline and you start to see patterns. Back then, a proposal wasn't really a question so much as a negotiation? Maybe even a silent understanding. Picture this. One human notices another is particularly good at, say, gathering berries or smashing clams open with a rock. They shuffle over, possibly extend a hand, or maybe just plop down beside them with a freshly skinned rabbit. Congratulations, you've just witnessed a Paleolithic proposal. There's evidence, stone tools, shells, beads, that suggest early humans exchanged meaningful objects. A shiny piece of quartz wasn't just pretty, it was a status symbol, a gesture. Look, I bring you shiny rock. We form alliance now. Historians still argue whether these objects were true love tokens or just part of broader social bonds, like forming family alliances to survive predators, harsh winters, and the occasional saber-toothed tiger. And speaking of predators, imagine trying to propose while a giant short-faced bear lurks nearby. Romance under pressure, truly. Some anthropologists point to body adornments as signs of early courtship. Shell necklaces, carved pendants, even ochre-painted skin. There's a fascinating debate over one discovery, a set of pierced animal teeth found alongside 2 human skeletons buried together. Some say it was jewelry, a romantic offering. Others say, nope, just a fashion statement. Either way, that's as close as we get to an Ice Age engagement ring. You slosh through the swamps of the Mesolithic era, where small bands of humans begin settling in one place longer. More stability means relationships shift. Less, let's survive the winter together, and more, maybe we should share a hut permanently. Archaeologists have found graves where couples are buried side by side, hands touching. Sweet, right? Or maybe they just died in the same unfortunate mammoth stampede. Hard to say. And here's a quirky tidbit for you. Some prehistoric tribes are believed to have exchanged teeth. Yep, human teeth. Pulled, cleaned, and worn on necklaces. Was this a romantic gesture? A trophy? Or just early dental insurance? Scholars genuinely can't agree. But before you judge, remember, diamonds are just fancy rocks too. Another theory floating around the academic campfire suggests that proposals weren't individual acts, but group decisions. Your clan would decide if someone was a good match, probably after checking whether they were good at throwing spears or not falling into tar pits. Imagine your whole extended family gathering around, nodding approvingly as you present your beloved with half a roasted boar. Oh, And let's not forget the prehistoric version of serenading. No, not with a guitar, but possibly rhythmic drumming or chanting. Picture a group of fur-wrapped humans sitting in a circle, pounding hollow logs, while one hopeful soul dances awkwardly in front of their crush. Is it love? Is it performance anxiety? Who knows? But the debate rages on. Did prehistoric couples choose each other for affection? Or was it purely strategic, strengthening the tribe, expanding genetic diversity, or simply ensuring someone else would help babysit the screaming toddlers while you went hunting? There's a famous archaeological site in the Czech Republic, dated around 26,000 years ago, where one female skeleton was found buried with thousands of ivory beads, carefully strung and arranged. Some say it indicates her high status, possibly a beloved matriarch. Others speculate it could represent a form of dowry or love offering. But again, historians can't fully agree. And here's a little sensory detail to help you drift. Imagine the cold wind whipping across the open plains, the rhythmic crunch of footsteps over frost-hardened grass. A fire crackles nearby, sending up sparks into a vast black sky studded with stars. Two figures sit close, not speaking, because honestly, who needs words when you have roasted elk? You can almost hear it, can't you? The faint thump of hide-covered drums, the whisper of wind through mammoth bones, and the soft clink of a shell necklace offered, as if to say, "Stay, let's survive this together." But soon, all of this begins to change. As humans start planting crops and building cities, proposals evolve from improvised exchanges of meat and shells into formal contracts, witnessed by the entire community. And with that, you shuffle quietly toward the dawn of civilization. You step carefully now into the baked mud streets of ancient Mesopotamia. The air is dry, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers glint somewhere in the distance, and there's the faint smell of fresh bread, mixed with livestock. Lots of livestock. Because here, in the land of the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, marriage proposals become a highly organized, transactional affair, complete with receipts. Gone are the days of, "Here's a shell necklace, want to survive winter together?" Now, love is recorded on clay tablets, stamped with intricate cylinder seals, and archived in temples or family homes. Seriously, they invented paperwork for this stuff. Historians still argue whether this shift was purely economic, religious, or an actual reflection of deepening social bonds. Maybe all three. Picture this: a young Sumerian man nervously approaching the father of his intended. He's not holding flowers, he's holding a carefully calculated list of goods. Sheep, barley, maybe a silver bracelet if he's feeling fancy. Proposals in Mesopotamia are negotiations between families, hammered out in the presence of witnesses. The agreement is then pressed into wet clay with a reed stylus, hardened and saved indefinitely. Imagine your engagement existing forever in a museum. Romantic, right? Here's a quirky little fact. One surviving tablet from 4,000 years ago outlines not just the terms of marriage, but what happens if either party breaks the deal. Spoiler, it usually involves more livestock changing hands or, depending on the mood of the gods, a public shaming at the city gates. You shuffle past open-air markets where young couples probably locked eyes over figs and lentils, only for their parents to immediately start calculating dowries in their heads. Dowries weren't just expected, they were mandatory. A dowry wasn't a gift from the bride's family, it was her personal safety net. Land, silver, textiles, goats. If the marriage fell apart or the husband died, the dowry reverted to her. A kind of ancient prenup, written in clay. But here's where it gets truly fascinating. Some historians believe Sumerian society practiced bride price alongside dowry. Meaning what? The groom's family gave wealth to the bride's family as compensation for, well, for losing a worker. Because let's face it, running a household back then was a full-time job, involving endless grinding of grain, weaving, and carrying heavy jugs of water without the benefit of a single-wheeled cart. And then there's the marriage contract itself. These weren't just "I promise to love you forever" documents. Nope, they were more like, "I, Enkidu, son of Shamash, agreed to provide Ninsen with a house, 3 sheep per year, and 1 jar of date wine per month." Practical? Extremely. Romantic? Debatable. But not all was business. There's evidence of genuine affection tucked between the lines of commerce. One Akkadian love poem, inscribed on clay, translates roughly to, "Bridegroom, dear to my heart, goodly is your beauty, honey sweet." Sweet, right? Until you realize it was probably written for a religious ritual called the sacred marriage, where a king symbolically married a goddess represented by a high priestess. So, not your average proposal. Oh, and remember cylinder seals, those tiny carved stones rolled over clay to leave a pattern. They weren't just for contracts. They also featured love scenes, couples holding hands, embracing, sometimes offering gifts. Were these depictions of proposals? Historians argue. Some say yes, others claim they simply represent the idealized harmony of marriage itself. One fringe but delightful theory. Some scholars suggest that certain seals, showing a couple seated with a drinking vessel between them, might symbolize a proposal ceremony, sharing beer as a contract of intent. Cheers to that. And as for the wedding itself, it often followed immediately after the contract. None of this modern, "let's stay engaged for a year while we plan the color scheme." Nope. The proposal, contract, and wedding could happen within days, or even the same afternoon, if the barley prices were agreeable. And the bride, she wasn't passive in this. There are surviving records of women initiating divorce, demanding their dowry back, and walking away. Empowering, considering this was 2000 BCE. Yet not all historians agree on how widespread female agency really was. It varies from city to city, century to century. Now let's talk about omens, because no Sumerian proposal was complete with a heavy dose of superstition. Ishtar's temple priests might inspect sheep livers, cloud patterns, or the direction smoke blew from an incense burner to decide whether the marriage was blessed. Imagine nervously awaiting your partner's answer, and also waiting for someone to slice open a goat and check its kidneys first. Sensory snapshot. You're standing in a bustling courtyard. The sun beats down. Clay dust sticks to your sandals. 2 families face each other, muttering over the list of goods. Somewhere, a priest chants. A scribe carefully presses cuneiform symbols into clay. Someone hands over a sealed jar of sesame oil. The deal is done. And yet, even with all the formality, there's something very human at the core. 2 people standing awkwardly among elders and scribes, stealing a glance when no one's looking. A shared smile, a nervous shuffle. Proof that, even in the earliest cities, love, however defined, still mattered. Soon, you'll wander beyond the fertile floodplains of Mesopotamia, drifting towards the shimmering sands and towering monuments of ancient Egypt, where marriage proposals take on an entirely different flavor, complete with knots, perfumes, and yes, crocodile fat. The air shifts as you drift southward into ancient Egypt, where the Nile snakes lazily through sun-baked fields and towering stone temples. The scent of lotus flowers mixes with the faint tang of wet papyrus. Here, love isn't scrawled into clay, it's woven into linen, painted onto tomb walls, and whispered in hieroglyphs that still mystify scholars today. You stroll past whitewashed houses, their walls gleaming in the sun, and glimpse couples exchanging glances over baskets of dates and onions. But proposing marriage in ancient Egypt? Well, it didn't come with a diamond ring, but it did come with a lot of symbolism. And possibly a jar of perfumed crocodile fat. No, really, just wait for it. Unlike Mesopotamia's rigid contract and dowry setup, ancient Egyptian proposals were, surprisingly, more personal. Less about formal negotiations and more about two families agreeing over a quiet meal of bread, beer, and maybe grilled fish. Though historians still argue whether these informal talks counted as legal engagements or were just preliminary family diplomacy. Egyptian society valued partnership. Marriage was seen as the natural state of adult life, an expectation, not an event that needed pomp or spectacle. You didn't necessarily propose with a question. It was more like offering an invitation. I will make a home for you. Simple, direct, kind of poetic. But here's where it gets symbolic. Egyptians believed deeply in magic and protective rituals. One of the most enduring symbols tied to marriage was the knot of Isis, sometimes called the tayat. This knotted fabric amulet represented life, protection, and fertility. Some scholars believe it was gifted during proposals or weddings as a token of unity, an ancient precursor to the modern tying the knot phrase. And speaking of symbolism, perfumes played a huge role in courtship. The scent wasn't just a luxury, it was spiritual. Lovers often gifted cones of scented wax, worn on the head, melting slowly throughout the day, releasing waves of myrrh, lotus, or, you guessed it, crocodile fat. Because nothing says romance like, you smell faintly of river predator. To be fair, crocodile fat was considered medicinal and magical, believed to ward off bad spirits. Or bad in-laws, perhaps. There's a quirky little tidbit from love poetry of the New Kingdom period. One translated line reads, "My heart flutters hastily when I think of you, like a fish that is caught." So, yes, they absolutely had pickup lines, and apparently they were seafood-themed. But was there a formal proposal ritual? That's where the sands of time get hazy. Contracts existed, yes, but often dealt with property arrangements rather than love itself. A man might agree to provide a home, clothing, and food, while the woman brought her own wealth or possessions into the household. But these agreements were more practical assurances than emotional declarations. And here's the kicker. Ancient Egyptian women had real legal power. They could own property, initiate divorce, and reclaim their dowry if things went south. Some scholars argue whether this autonomy was the norm for everyone, or primarily limited to wealthier classes. Still, it's impressive when you remember this was 3,000 years before anyone invented women's rights marches. Imagine it now. The gentle slosh of the Nile, palm fronds rustling in the warm breeze. A young man arrives at his beloved's house carrying a gift basket. Bread, beer, linen, maybe a delicate faience bead necklace. Her parents nod approvingly. He looks at her, and instead of getting down on one knee, he simply says something like, "I will build you a house. Come live with me." The ultimate Egyptian Netflix and chill. But not so fast. No proposal was complete without checking the stars. Astrology mattered. Auspicious days were selected to align with the favor of Hathor, the goddess of love, joy, and music. No one wanted to tie the knot under an unlucky moon, after all. In some regions, symbolic gestures replaced words entirely. Offering a jug of beer, a loaf of bread, and a woven belt could signal intent. No grand speeches, no diamond commercials, just practical, everyday items transformed into love tokens by mutual understanding. And here's a quirky little tidbit from a love poetry of the New Kingdom period. One translated line reads, "My heart flutters hastily when I think of you like a fish that is caught." So yes, they absolutely had pickup lines, and apparently they were seafood-themed. But was there a formal proposal ritual? That's where the sands of time get hazy. Contracts existed, yes, but often dealt with property arrangements rather than love itself. A man might agree to provide a home, clothing, and food, while the woman brought her own wealth or possessions into the household. But these agreements were more practical assurances than emotional declarations. And here's the kicker. Ancient Egyptian women had real legal power. They could own property, initiate divorce, and reclaim their dowry if things went south. Some scholars argue whether this autonomy was the norm for everyone, or primarily limited to wealthier classes. Still, it's impressive when you remember this was 3,000 years before anyone invented women's rights marches. Imagine it now. The gentle slosh of the Nile, palm fronds rustling in the warm breeze.
A young man arrives at his beloved's house carrying a gift basket: bread, beer, linen, maybe a delicate faience bead necklace. Her parents nod approvingly. He looks at her, and instead of getting down on one knee, he simply says something like, "I will build you a house. Come live with me." The ultimate Egyptian Netflix and chill. But not so fast. No proposal was complete without checking the stars. Astrology mattered. Auspicious days were selected to align with the favor of Hathor, the goddess of love, joy, and music. No one wanted to tie the knot under an unlucky moon, after all. In some regions, symbolic gestures replaced words entirely. Offering a jug of beer, a loaf of bread, and a woven belt could signal intent. No grand speeches, no diamond commercials, just practical, everyday items transformed into love tokens by mutual understanding. And here's a sensory drift for you. Imagine sitting on cool steps as the sun dips behind the pyramids. You smell incense, frankincense mixed with something floral. Somewhere, water splashes as a servant fills a jar. A young man hands over a necklace of glazed blue beads. The woman smiles, her fingers brushing the beads as though weighing not just their worth, but the offer behind them. No kneeling, no question popped, just an understanding. Passed from glance to glance, parent to parent, sealed by the unspoken agreement that two lives are better shared. And with that, the sands shift again. You step quietly away from the land of the Nile, where love was tied with knots and perfumed with lotus, and follow the winds east towards a fire-lit circle in ancient India, where marriage proposals are measured in steps. 7 of them, to be exact.
You follow the curling smoke of incense eastward now, stepping barefoot onto the rich, sun-warmed earth of ancient India. The air feels heavier here, thick with the scent of sandalwood, jasmine blossoms, and something spicy wafting from a distant cooking fire. Drums echo softly from a nearby village as you approach a gathering where 2 families meet under the spreading branches of a banyan tree. In this world, marriage isn't just a personal commitment, it's a sacred duty, a cosmic contract. Proposals here are less about "will you marry me" and more about aligning earthly life with Dharma, the natural order of the universe. And, of course, making sure the horoscopes match perfectly, because you can't exactly argue with the stars. Historians still debate how ancient Vedic-era proposals unfolded on a personal level. Some suggest they were deeply family-driven, wrapped in ritual and consultation with priests, while others argue there was more room for individual choice, depending on caste, region, and era. You picture it now. 2 families sitting cross-legged on woven mats, sipping warm, spiced milk. A respected elder holds palm leaf manuscripts, scanning astrological charts scribbled in precise lines of Sanskrit. Are the bride and groom's nakshatras compatible? Do the planetary positions bless this union? If Saturn's grumpy, the proposal might be delayed for months or canceled entirely, because bad karma waits for no one. Once the stars align, the proposal itself is a blend of spoken vows, symbolic gestures, and elaborate gift exchanges. A common phrase might echo, "I offer you my daughter, adorned with garments and ornaments, to tread the path of Dharma with you." Not exactly, "will you marry me," but every bit as binding. And then comes the fire. Sacred fire rituals, or Agni Parikrama, form the heart of the engagement and later the wedding. Imagine the crackle of flames, the tang of burning ghee as the couple circles the fire together. 7 steps, Saptapadi, each representing a shared vow: nourishment, strength, prosperity, happiness, progeny, harmony, and friendship. The quirky part? Some regions believed that the proposal wasn't fully valid until the groom tied a piece of grass around the bride's wrist. Grass. Simple, humble, durable, because nothing says commitment like, "Here, wear this string for a bit." But wait, there's more. Jewelry, Always. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe the gifting of bangles, nose rings, anklets, and of course the Mangala Sutra, a sacred necklace the groom ties around the bride's neck. It's more than adornment. It's an amulet of protection, love, and social identity. And you can't skip over the dowry. Not just wealth, but sometimes land, cattle, gold, or silk. Scholars hotly debate whether the dowry system began purely as a form of inheritance for the bride or evolved into a more transactional demand. Probably both. Over millennia, it shifted, sometimes becoming exploitative, sometimes protective. A reminder that even sacred institutions can get complicated. Step softly now into a quieter corner of this world, where folk traditions thrive alongside the formal Vedic rites. In some villages, a young man might signal his intent by weaving a garland of fresh marigolds and placing it gently around the woman's neck. If she accepts, she returns the gesture. If not, well, he probably retreats to sulk behind a tamarind tree for a few hours. Music fills the air, bells, drums, flutes. Women's voices rise in rhythmic wedding songs, full of cheeky metaphors about husbands who snore, in-laws who gossip, and the joys and hazards of married life. You chuckle, realizing that teasing the groom has been a universal human sport for thousands of years. A fascinating debate still circles among scholars about one peculiar Vedic custom, Gandharva Vivaha, the so-called love marriage. Unlike the formal arranged marriages, this was a spontaneous union based on mutual consent and affection. Some argue it was rare and frowned upon. Others claim it was more common among certain groups than history admits. Either way, it's proof that not every ancient proposal involved an audience of nosy aunties. And now, breathe in, deeply. Feel the grit of the earth beneath you. Hear the hypnotic chant of priests blending with the murmur of family negotiations. A brass platter glints in the firelight, piled with rice grains, turmeric, and betel leaves. Someone sprinkles rose water into the air, cool and fragrant. The couple's hands meet. A silk scarf ties their wrists together, symbolizing unity. No kneeling, no surprise fireworks, just the solemn gaze of two people stepping into a lifelong journey, witnessed by family, the gods, and the ever-watchful cosmos. And perhaps, just perhaps, one of them sneaks a tiny smile, knowing full well that behind the solemnity, they really do like each other. But as the final prayers fade into the evening air, the winds stir again. Your journey continues eastward towards misty mountains, terraced rice fields, and ancient tea houses, a place where fate itself might be stitched together with a simple red thread. Invisible to the eye, but unbreakable to the heart.
The air cools as you drift northeast now, toward the jade mountains and misty rivers of ancient China. There's the distant clatter of bamboo wind chimes and the faint perfume of plum blossoms. Beneath this serene surface, an invisible thread pulses, a thread that, according to legend, binds soulmates together from birth. You can't see it, but it tugs softly, guiding hearts toward one another. This is the land of matchmakers, auspicious dates, and a level of proposal paperwork that would make even the Sumerians blink. In ancient China, proposals weren't casual affairs. They were multi-stage operations with names like the 6 rites, literally, each step formal, deliberate, and packed with symbolism. No impulsive knee-dropping here. Families led the charge, meticulously arranging marriages to honor not just the couple, but their ancestors' social standing and future prosperity. You step into a tidy courtyard where two families face each other, porcelain teacups trembling slightly in their hands. The first step? Sending a go-between, a professional matchmaker. Historians still argue whether the matchmaker's role was purely logistical or whether they sometimes doubled as subtle romantics, nudging two bashful souls toward destiny. Either way, no reputable proposal could happen without one. The matchmaker's job was to carry a formal proposal letter, carefully written on fine red paper along with tokens of intent. Perhaps a pair of jade rings, a bolt of silk, or fragrant tea leaves tied with crimson ribbon. These gifts weren't random. Each item carried layered meaning. Jade represented purity and longevity. Silk symbolized wealth and smooth harmony. And tea, well, tea was everything. Always. And here's the quirky bit. The legend of the red thread of fate. Whispered among poets and grandmothers alike, it claims that an invisible red thread ties two destined lovers together, no matter how far apart they are. It might tangle, stretch, or knot, but it can never break. A sweet story? Yes, but also one scholars puzzle over. Was this belief truly ancient, or did it gain traction later during the Tang Dynasty's wave of romantic literature? The debate continues. Back to the business of proposing. After the initial letter, both families exchanged birth dates and times. Why? To create detailed astrological charts. The stars, the seasons, the very direction of the wind on the day of one's birth were scrutinized to determine if the union was cosmically blessed or destined for chaos. If the charts frowned, the proposal hit pause. Better to wait than risk a lifetime of bad fortune. Assuming the stars approved, the next stage was the presentation of betrothal gifts, known as pingli. Imagine lacquered boxes filled with gold hairpins, red candles, sweet lotus cakes, dried seafood, and long strings of copper coins. Each item had a purpose. Candles burned away misfortune, lotus cakes symbolized harmony and fertility, and the coins? Well, they were practical, and let's face it, a bit flashy. Sensory moment. You're sitting quietly beneath a cherry tree. The wind carries the rustle of silk robes, the crisp tap-tap of calligraphy brushes, and the clink of porcelain dishes. On a polished table, a red wooden box sits open, gleaming with treasures. Parents murmur approval, while somewhere behind a lattice screen, the bride-to-be peeks out, heart pounding. But was the bride consulted? That depends. In Confucian-influenced society, family harmony outweighed personal desire. Yet historians argue whether women had more agency than texts admit. Folk stories from the Han and Tang dynasties are filled with clever brides-to-be finding creative ways to encourage or discourage matches. A dropped hairpin here, a lost fan there. Subtle signs that said, yes, him, or absolutely not. One delightful fringe tidbit, in some regions, there was a tradition of sending a pair of live geese as part of the betrothal. Why geese? Because they mate for life, fly in pairs, and are famously faithful. Also because nothing livens up a proposal like honking poultry. Once the gifts were accepted, the final step was selecting an auspicious wedding date, often determined by consulting the Tong Shu, an almanac brimming with lucky and unlucky days. Marrying on the wrong day? Disaster. Marrying on the right day? Smooth sailing, fertile harvests, and a happy home. Yet even with all this formality, little pockets of romance bloomed. Love poems were tucked into folded fans. Handkerchiefs embroidered with secret messages found their way into the right hands. In bustling markets, a lingering glance between stalls could carry more meaning than 1,000 words scrawled in black ink. Imagine the bride-to-be now, her hair pinned high with jade combs, dressed in embroidered silk. She traces the edge of a letter delivered by the matchmaker. Her fingers hover over the character for double happiness, two stylized symbols pressed together in a hopeful embrace. A small smile curves her lips. Whether she chose this or fate chose it for her, she accepts. And as fireworks crackle in the distance, yes, the Chinese invented those too,
You feel the invisible red thread tug at your wrist, pulling you onward. Beyond bamboo forests and jade hills, the Mediterranean calls. Olive trees sway, poets tune their lyres, and another chapter of proposal history begins this time under the fickle gaze of the Greek gods.
The wind shifts warm now as you drift westward, across endless seas and into sun-drenched hillsides dotted with olive groves. Welcome to ancient Greece, where marriage proposals are tangled up in philosophy, poetry, property, and the occasional wrestling match. You hear the bleating of goats, the clink of amphorae, and maybe, just maybe, the pluck of a lyre, as someone composes an awkward love ballad that's going terribly out of tune. In Greece, marriage wasn't just about two people. It was the foundation of the polis, the city-state. A functional society needed well-matched households, heirs, and orderly families. Love? Optional. Useful, sure, but secondary to civic duty. You trudge through marble streets noticing something odd. Here, proposing wasn't a grand romantic gesture. It was a contract negotiated between the bride's father and the groom or his family. Historians still argue whether affection played much of a role at all. Some suggest personal fondness was a bonus. Others claim it rarely factored in. But then again, not every ancient source agrees, and there's plenty of cheeky poetry that hints otherwise. Step into a bustling Athenian courtyard. Two men sit on stone benches sipping watered wine. They're not discussing the weather. Nope, they're hashing up dowries. Will it be land, livestock, a certain number of silver drachmas? The dowry wasn't a mere gift, it was essential security for the bride. If the husband died or the marriage dissolved, it ensured her survival. The actual proposal was called engisis, literally meaning the giving of a pledge. It was sealed with a handshake, no kneeling, no ring, no dramatic sunset speeches. Just two hands grasped, a solemn exchange of promises, and probably a witness or two scribbling notes in wax tablets. Quirky fact for you. In Sparta, things went differently. Spartan marriage customs involved a mock abduction. Yep. The groom would literally kidnap the bride, usually with her consent, though historians argue over whether that part was always true. She'd be dressed in men's clothing, have her hair cut short, and wait quietly in the dark while he came to claim her. Romantic? Debatable. Weird? Absolutely. Meanwhile, in Athens, you hear murmurs of love poetry wafting from symposiums, exclusive drinking parties where men debated philosophy and occasionally recited very awkward love poems. One fragment goes, "As long as there are sun and moon, I will remember your smile." Sweet, right? Until you realize it was probably directed at a handsome young man instead of a future wife. The Greeks were flexible like that. But the ladies? Mostly absent from these negotiations. Athenian women weren't legally independent. Their guardians, fathers, brothers, or male relatives, handled proposals on their behalf. But dig a little deeper, and you find hints of quiet rebellion. Vase paintings depict women exchanging rings or garlands. Folktales speak of clever brides influencing matches behind the scenes with whispered words or well-timed pouts. And speaking of garlands, let's talk gifts. Instead of rings, suitors often gave wreaths woven from olive branches, myrtle, or laurel, symbols of victory, purity, and protection. A man might also present tokens like a carved comb, a spool of dyed wool, or a delicate glass perfume bottle. Each carried unspoken meaning. I can provide. I care. Also, I noticed you smell amazing. You pause beneath a marble colonnade, inhaling the scent of roasted lamb mingling with wild thyme. Somewhere nearby, a lyre player strums out a halting melody, while two old men argue over whether a goat or a plot of hillside olive trees makes a better dowry. Honestly, the goat seems like less maintenance. There's also the ever-present role of the gods. A successful proposal and marriage wasn't complete without the blessing of Hera, goddess of marriage, or Aphrodite, goddess of love. Offerings were made, cakes, wine, incense, and in some cases, small clay figurines placed at temple altars. Omens were watched closely. Was the flame steady? Did the sacrificial entrails look favorable? You hope nobody asked for details on that last one. One fringe theory still debated.
A handful of scholars argue that some wedding negotiations involved encoded messages in textiles. Certain weaving patterns, in particular in wedding veils or tunics, may have served as visual signals of readiness for marriage, commitment, or family alliances. Others roll their eyes and say, or maybe they just liked pretty patterns. But back to the ceremony. Once the dowry was settled and the anguses sealed, the wedding followed swiftly. Brides were bathed in sacred water, dressed in richly embroidered garments and crowned with floral wreaths. There were torchlit processions, flutes and singing. And let's not skip the wedding feast, tables groaning with honey cakes, olives, figs, and roasted meats, plus a whole lot of wine. And yet, for all the practicality, listen closely. You catch snippets of softer moments. A bride adjusting her veil, eyes darting toward her groom with a shy smile. A groom nervously smoothing his tunic, wondering if she finds him acceptable not just as a husband, but maybe as something more. The Greeks, as pragmatic as they were, still couldn't fully untangle duty from desire, nor did they always want to. But the salty sea breeze tugs at your sleeve again. The sails are unfurling. It's time to cross the wine-dark sea toward the marble roads and bustling forums of Rome, where proposals come with contracts, handshakes, and a whole lot of legal drama.
The wind carries you westward now, across the choppy waters of the Mediterranean, until you step onto the stone-paved streets of ancient Rome. The clang of metal, the chatter of merchants, and the steady rhythm of sandal-clad feet fill the air. Somewhere, a baker yells over his stall about the freshness of his bread, while a lawyer recites contract clauses like poetry. Welcome to the land where marriage proposals are a legal exercise wrapped in social performance, with a side of romantic awkwardness. In Rome, proposals weren't grand surprises or intimate candlelit moments. Nope, they were public, formal, and legally binding events called sponsalia. You stand in a marble courtyard watching two families gather, scrolls in hand, servants balancing trays of wine, and a scribe ready to document every word. A Roman proposal wasn't really a question at all. It was a contract, a pledge, a handshake steeped in tradition. The sponsalia was essentially a betrothal contract, often agreed upon years before the actual marriage, sometimes when the bride was still a child. Relax, though. The marriage itself wouldn't happen until she was of legal age, but the deal was struck early, binding both families to the promise. Historians still argue whether the sponsalia was a mutual decision involving both bride and groom, or primarily a negotiation between their fathers. Some records suggest that high-status women occasionally influenced these deals. Others point to overwhelming evidence that it was, more often, about property, lineage, and alliances than personal affection. Picture the scene. The bride's father stands opposite the groom-to-be, both gripping each other's forearms in the classic Roman handshake. A scribe leans over a wax tablet etching the terms: dowry amount, conditions, penalties if either party backs out. Someone clears their throat dramatically as if to remind everyone that this is serious business. Here's your quirky tidbit. The Latin word fides, faith, trust, was a cornerstone of Roman betrothals. Breaking a betrothal wasn't just rude, it was a breach of fides, a social sin that could wreck reputations. People took this very seriously, even if the groom had yet to meet his future wife, beyond a formal introduction involving nods, awkward smiles, and maybe a passing compliment about her embroidery skills. But beyond the dry contracts, there were tokens of intent. Unlike the Greeks with their olive garlands, Romans were among the first to introduce rings into the proposal ritual. Archaeologists have unearthed iron rings, plain, sturdy, symbolic, not of eternal love, but of a binding agreement. Later, wealthier families began crafting rings from gold, inlaid with garnets or engraved with inscriptions like Pignus Amoris, a pledge of love. And yes, while Romans were famously pragmatic, they weren't completely devoid of sentiment. Love poetry flourished.
Listen closely and you'll catch whispers of Ovid's playful verses, wooing lovers with lines like, "Let love be my delight, and let there be no day without it." Sweet, until you remember he also wrote entire manuals on seduction with advice that was, frankly, a little sketchy. But wait, here's where things get legally juicy. The Romans had two types of marriage, cum manu and sine manu. In cum manu, the wife passed from the authority of her father to that of her husband. She was legally part of his family. In sine manu, she remained under her father's control and kept her property. You can imagine the lively debates over which arrangement was preferable. Historians still argue whether the shift from cum manu to sine manu reflected rising women's autonomy or just shifting legal trends. And speaking of debates, one fringe theory suggests that the public nature of Roman proposals, with witnesses, scribes, and sometimes entire neighborhoods watching, served not just as legal validation, but as a form of social pressure. Break the deal? Everyone in the forum would know. Instant gossip fuel. You wander through a bustling insula, an apartment block where common folk lived. Even here, without grand dowries or sprawling estates, couples exchanged simpler promises. A loaf of bread, a carved wooden comb, maybe a humble iron ring slipped on a finger while leaning against a market stall. Less legal drama, perhaps, but no less meaningful. Sensory snapshot. The marble under your feet radiates afternoon heat. Somewhere nearby, the splash of a fountain mingles with the smell of olive oil and garum, the infamous fermented fish sauce Romans loved way too much. Two men argue over the terms of a dowry while a pair of wide-eyed children peek around a column, giggling as they watch. Omens, as always, played a role. Before sealing the deal, families consulted augurs, priests who interpreted the will of the gods through the flight of birds or the examination of sacrificed animals. Was the crow flying left or right? Did the liver look symmetrical enough? The gods had opinions, and ignoring them was risky business. And then, of course, the formal feast. Romans never missed a chance for food. The betrothal might be followed by a meal featuring honey cakes, dates, roasted meats, and endless cups of watered wine. To the untrained eye, it looked like a party. To the Romans, it was sealing a contract over dessert. But underneath the legal formalities, you sense something else. A bride adjusting the folds of her stola, glancing at her future husband with a mixture of curiosity and hope. A groom straightening his toga, wondering if she likes the ring he picked, or whether she even noticed it yet. Because even in the heart of bureaucracy, law, and tradition, a very human question still lingered. Will this work? Will we be happy? As the wine flows and the scribes pack up their tablets, you feel the wind shift again. Cooler now. Saltier. Northward, it carries you. Past the edges of the empire, towards icy fjords where rugged seafarers exchange not rings, but swords. The air sharpens as you sail north, away from marble columns and toward rocky shores lined with dark forests and cold steel-gray seas. Welcome to the world of the Vikings, where marriage proposals come with fewer flowers and more swords. Lots of swords. You step onto a weather-beaten dock, the salty wind biting at your cheeks as somewhere nearby a blacksmith's hammer rings against iron and gulls screech overhead. Forget diamond rings. This is a place where commitment might look like handing over the keys to your longhouse, a sword that's been in your family for generations, or, yes, the occasional stubborn goat. Proposals in Viking society were anything but romantic in the modern sense, yet somehow still deeply personal and symbolic. Much like in Rome and Greece, marriage wasn't merely the union of two individuals, but an alliance between families, clans, and even entire settlements. A strategic partnership. Love? Optional. Useful. Great if it happened, but not mandatory. You trudge through the muddy paths of a bustling Viking village. Smoke curls from turf-roofed homes. Children chase each other with sticks, pretending they're mighty warriors. And at the center of it all stands the Thing, a communal assembly where disputes are settled, laws are made, and occasionally, marriage arrangements are negotiated. Historians still argue whether Viking women had more say in marriage proposals compared to their southern counterparts. Some sagas suggest they did, fiercely so. Women could reject suitors, demand divorce, and retain property. Others argue that while Norse women had rights on paper, family pressures still weighed heavy. The actual proposal process, picture this. The groom and his family arrive at the bride's family home, not with flowers, but with serious offerings. A sword, symbolizing protection and lineage. Keys, representing control over the household and the bride's future domain. And of course, a hefty bride price known as the munder. This wasn't buying a bride, it was more like proving the groom's ability to support her and respect her worth. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some regions, part of the proposal involved the symbolic sharing of ale. Yes, ale. Special mead brewed for the occasion, sometimes blessed by local priests or a handy seeress, before being passed between the families. Forget champagne toasts. It was a horn of mead passed from hand to hand, sealing the deal in honey-sweet foam. But wait, there's more. Some sagas describe the exchange of ancestral swords. Imagine handing over a weapon carried by generations of forebears as a symbol of commitment. And yes, the sword often had a name, something like Wolfbiter or Oathkeeper. Because, in the Viking mind, nothing says, "I love you," like a blade with a cool name. Sensory snapshot. You stand in a smoky longhouse. The air's thick with the scent of roasting lamb, pine resin, and damp wool. The fire crackles as two families sit across from each other on carved benches, goblets of mead in hand. A silver key glints in the firelight as it passes from father to daughter, her new symbol of household authority. And speaking of keys, here's where Norse women flexed their influence. Keys weren't just practical tools. They were symbols of the woman's control over the household, its resources, and even its people. To wear a key at one's belt was a badge of honor and status. A Viking woman wasn't just a wife. She was a manager, a keeper of wealth, and, if needed, someone who could absolutely throw someone out of her hall if they misbehaved. There's a delightful fringe theory that some proposal ceremonies included symbolic acts, like stepping over the threshold of the bride's family home together or sharing a piece of bread dipped in salt, a ritual to seal harmony. Some historians buy it, others scoff and say, or maybe they were just hungry. Of course, no Viking proposal was complete without checking the omens. Was Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, properly blessed? Were the runes cast favorable? Did the smoke from the hearth rise straight into the air or drift ominously sideways? The gods were watching, and you ignored them at your peril. The role of women here remains a subject of lively scholarly bickering. Some point to the Gragas, Iceland's medieval law code, where women had legal rights to divorce and property. Others argue the sagas, written centuries later, romanticized Norse gender dynamics more than reality ever did. Either way, Viking women were certainly not passive players. And what about the wedding that followed the proposal? Oh, it was a proper feast. Imagine 10 days of roasted meats, songs, drunk uncles attempting to outsing the skalds, professional storytellers, and at least one person falling face first into the fjord. And always, somewhere in the background, the solemn hum of fate, the Norns spinning their threads, weaving destinies together. A final sensory drift. Snow begins to fall outside. The longhouse glows warm, lined with furs. A young couple sits shoulder to shoulder, sharing a drinking horn, listening as the elder recounts the tale of how Thor once dressed as a bride to retrieve his stolen hammer. Everyone laughs, because even the gods had complicated marriages. But the wind calls again, salty and sharp. You leave the icy fjords behind, following the winding paths south, toward stone castles, cathedral bells, and the sweet, ink-stained world of medieval love letters.
You tread south now, away from the icy fjords, and step into the winding cobblestone streets of medieval Europe. The air smells of damp earth, wood smoke, and something faintly sweet, maybe honey cakes from the village baker. Somewhere, a bell tolls softly from a distant monastery, mingling with the clatter of horse hooves and the gossip of merchants haggling over bundles of wool. Ah, medieval proposals, where love gets tangled with land rights, church rules, handwritten love letters, and rings that were as symbolic as they were sparkly. By now, you're probably sensing a pattern. Medieval proposals in this era, still very much a business deal. Still heavily controlled by families, social class, and property. But here's the twist. The medieval era introduces a peculiar tension between courtly love and practical marriage. Two wildly different worlds coexisting awkwardly under the same thatched roof. On one hand, you have courtly love, the stuff of wandering troubadours strumming lutes beneath balconies, whispering sonnets of devotion to ladies who were, frequently already married. These poetic pursuits were often deliberately outside the bounds of formal marriage. Flirtation, longing, and heartbreak were all part of the performance. Historians still argue whether courtly love was ever meant to be taken seriously, or if it was just an elaborate social game for the bored aristocracy. But real proposals, those happened far away from rose gardens and love songs. Picture two fathers meeting in a stone manor's great hall, squinting over parchment scrolls as they hammer out dowries, land transfers, and inheritance clauses. The bride's presence? Optional. Nice, but not required. And yet, things were starting to shift, slowly, especially among the rising merchant class and minor nobility. You begin to see the earliest glimpses of personal choice creeping into marriage negotiations, sometimes disguised as clever compromises, sometimes as outright rebellion. Here's your quirky tidbit. Medieval Europe saw the rise of the love letter as a legitimate tool of courtship. Handwritten, perfumed, carefully folded. There were entire guides written by monks on how to compose the perfect love letter. One included lines like, "My heart is pierced by the dart of your beauty." Subtle, right? The symbolism of rings also began taking root here. Betrothal rings, usually made of gold, sometimes set with small gemstones, were exchanged to signify the binding promise of marriage. Slip that ring onto someone's finger, and you weren't just flirting, you were legally engaged. And yes, that meant lawsuits if someone tried to back out. You step into a candlelit church. The smell of incense and old stone fills your nose. In the flickering shadows, a priest quietly oversees a hand fasting, a ceremonial binding of hands with ribbon or cloth. This wasn't a wedding yet, but a public declaration of intent, a promise to marry, sometimes formalized with witnesses and sometimes whispered secretly between lovers in defiance of parental wishes. Omens were taken seriously. If the ring slipped onto the wrong finger, or if the candle blew out unexpectedly during the ceremony, people panicked. A bad omen meant reconsidering the match, or doubling the offering at the nearest saint's shrine just to be safe. Meanwhile, music played a crucial role in the courtship dance. Minstrels traveled from castle to castle, performing love ballads that doubled as subtle, or not so subtle, hints. One such song might tell the tale of a brave knight pledging his sword and heart to a lady fair, while the actual knight in question sat nervously nearby, praying she understood the message. And oh, the poetry! Pages upon pages of sonnets, ballads, and couplets were dedicated to unattainable love.
One particularly dramatic example, a French troubadour who declared, "I am like the flower that blooms but once and dies when denied your favor." Historians debate whether this was peak romance or just medieval-level emotional damage. Sensory drift. You stand beneath a high arched window, the cold stone underfoot seeping into your boots. Somewhere outside, a lute strums softly. The distant murmur of voices rises from the great hall. A young scribe carefully folds a parchment letter, seals it with red wax, and presses it into the hands of a trusted messenger who rides off into the rain. Perhaps it carries words of love, or perhaps it's the formal proposal itself. Not all proposals were so poetic, though. In rural villages, things were more straightforward. A man might present his intended with a token, a belt, a carved wooden spoon, or a length of fine linen. If she accepted, word spread fast. If not, well, the local alehouse probably heard him complain about it for a week. Debate still lingers among scholars about one curious practice, the bed test. In some regions, couples were allowed, or even required, to share a bed, fully clothed, mind you, to prove they were comfortable with each other before finalizing the engagement. Some call it practical, others raise an eyebrow. And the church? Oh, the church had opinions. Marriage was increasingly viewed as a sacred sacrament, not just a social contract. But this also introduced rules about prohibited degrees of kinship. No marrying your third cousin without special permission, thank you very much, and requirements for public declarations of intent. So no secret proposals allowed, unless you were rich enough to bribe the right bishop. And yet, even within all this structure, contracts, dowries, parental negotiations, you find moments that feel timeless. A girl tucking a dried lavender sprig into her bodice after her beloved sneaks it into her hand. A boy carving her initials into an oak tree before riding off to deliver the formal betrothal request. Small rebellions, small romances. The bells toll again, deeper now. The sound rolls over the hills, carried by a wind that smells faintly of coffee and spices. You follow it, stepping away from misty forests and turreted castles towards grand domes and tiled courtyards. The Ottoman Empire awaits, where proposals are brewed as carefully as coffee, and love might just come in the form of a tulip.
You wander now into the sun-drenched streets of Renaissance Florence. The air is thick with the scent of fresh bread, olive oil, and wet stone, mingling with the sweeter notes of lavender and orange blossoms drifting from open windows. Above you, laundry flutters between terracotta rooftops, and somewhere, not far enough away, a young man is strumming a lute and attempting to hit that one high note he really shouldn't. Here, in the heart of the Renaissance, marriage proposals are grand, lavish, and steeped in art, commerce, and just the right amount of theatrical flair. If medieval Europe was about land and titles, Renaissance Italy has upgraded to silk, paintings, and dowry chests that look like they belong in a museum. Because, well, some actually do. Step through an arched stone doorway into a merchant's courtyard. There, two families sit facing each other, sipping wine and nibbling honey-soaked pastries as negotiations unfold. Proposals are anything but private. They're public, ceremonial, and often arranged well before either party is of age. But here's the subtle shift. The Renaissance starts to flirt, ever so cautiously, with the idea that affection might actually play a role. Historians still debate whether Renaissance proposals represented genuine romantic progress or were simply better decorated versions of medieval transactions. After all, when you include hand-painted love tokens, jewel-studded fabrics, and personalized poetry, it feels more romantic, even if the contract still boils down to who gets how many acres of vineyard. One crucial piece, the dowry chest, or cassone. You stand admiring one now. Gilded wood, painted with scenes from Roman mythology, lined with velvet and stuffed with textiles, gold coins, and sometimes even entire bundles of property deeds. The chest itself was as much a part of the proposal as the spoken words. A father might literally say, "Here is my daughter, and here is the chest that proves her worth." Subtle? Not at all. Here's your quirky tidbit. The cassone wasn't just storage. It was a portable billboard of family wealth and cultural sophistication. Scenes painted on its sides often depicted classical myths about love, marriage, or, oddly, cautionary tales about disobedient wives. Because why not remind your daughter how not to behave right as she's getting married? And then, of course, the art. This was Florence, after all. A well-to-do suitor might commission a portrait of his intended bride, an elegant, side-profile depiction surrounded by symbols of fertility, pomegranates, loyalty, dogs, or wealth, those omnipresent oranges. Not quite the same as slipping a ring on someone's finger, but arguably more expensive and definitely harder to return if things didn't work out. Renaissance love poetry also flourished. Walk past any piazza and you might overhear lines like, "Your beauty blinds me as the sun blinds the traveler," recited with all the sincerity of a man who knows he has to compete with 7 other lute players outside the same window. And yes, about those lute players, the classic balcony serenade wasn't just a Shakespearean fantasy. Young men actually did try their luck with midnight songs beneath the windows of women they admired. Whether these were genuine proposals or just attention-seeking performances depends on who you ask and how good the singing was. A sensory moment now. You pause at the edge of a bustling Florentine square. The marble of the Duomo glows pink in the fading sunlight. Nearby, a goldsmith polishes a delicate ring inlaid with tiny seed pearls. A boy darts through the crowd carrying a folded letter sealed with red wax, the kind that might contain a formal proposal or a risky declaration of forbidden love. Yet for all the flourish, formality ruled. After initial family discussions, the formal sponsalia was written, essentially a contract confirming the marriage agreement. It outlined the dowry, the responsibilities of each family, and what would happen if anyone tried to back out. Once signed, breaking it was considered both a legal violation and a stain on the family's honor. Of course, omens were consulted. No one wanted to sign on an unlucky day. The phases of the moon, feast days of certain saints, or even the behavior of passing birds could delay a proposal. A black cat crossing the piazza at the wrong moment? Definitely reschedule. But here's a little fringe theory that art historians like to whisper about. Some believe that certain background details in Renaissance marriage portraits, the placement of fruit, the type of fabric draped behind the bride, were coded messages about the marriage itself. Others roll their eyes and insist that sometimes a lemon is just, well, a lemon. Let's not skip the women's role here. While still bound by family expectations, upper-class Renaissance women were increasingly educated. Some read the same poetry, philosophy, and art treatises as their male counterparts. Did this translate to more say in their proposals? Some scholars argue yes, at least among progressive merchant families. Others grumble that change was slow and superficial. And beyond Florence, the same patterns ripple outward.
In Venice, a bride might receive a ring depicting clasped hands, mani in fede, an enduring symbol of loyalty and partnership. In Rome, marble statues of Venus might stand witness as contracts were signed beneath frescoed ceilings. Sensory drift again. In a quiet garden courtyard, a young couple exchanges embroidered handkerchiefs, their fingertips briefly brushing. A bird sings from an orange tree heavy with fruit. Inside, their parents haggle loudly over whether the linen mill should be included in the dowry. Beneath the lace, silk, and gold, the same eternal question flickers in two nervous hearts. Will this be happiness or simply duty? As the evening bells toll over the rooftops, the wind stirs once more, this time carrying you eastward, across oceans of paper fans and folding screens. Your next destination, the graceful, precise world of ancient Japan, where proposals are crafted from poetry, folded letters, and the delicate language of flowers.
The wind turns crisp now as you drift across mountains and seas, arriving in the delicate, meticulously ordered world of ancient Japan. The air here feels light, tinged with the faint perfume of plum blossoms and fresh tatami mats. Bamboo rustles softly in the breeze. Somewhere, the hollow plunk of a bamboo water fountain echoes, and the distant tinkling of a koto string floats through the mist. In this place, marriage proposals are not loud declarations. They are quiet gestures, steeped in symbolism, wrapped in silk, and folded, literally, into layers of meaning. Unlike the more transactional affairs of Europe or the contract-heavy formality of Rome, Japanese proposals in the classical Heian period often centered on the art of suggestion. Subtlety was everything. Boldness? Not recommended. And, as always, historians argue whether the whisper-soft proposal customs of the elite reflected broader society or were simply the peculiar pastime of an aristocratic class with too much time to write poetry. Picture this. A nobleman spends weeks composing a poem. Not just any poem, but a waka, a 31-syllable verse crafted with the precision of a master calligrapher and the emotional restraint of someone trying very, very hard not to seem desperate. Once perfected, the poem is written on a long strip of paper, ideally handmade, brushed with faint clouds of ink wash or pressed with flower petals. But it doesn't stop there. The choice of paper, its color, texture, and even the direction of the grain communicates meaning. Ivory paper might suggest sincerity. Pale blue hints at longing. A sprig of plum blossom or chrysanthemum tucked beneath the folded letter adds an extra layer of coded sentiment. Here's your quirky tidbit. The art of letter folding, tato, was almost as important as the contents. Specific folds signaled different intentions. A letter folded one way might convey romantic interest. Another fold pattern might whisper, "Let's discuss this privately." And heaven forbid you accidentally use the condolence fold. That was for funerals. Talk about a bad start. Now, imagine the delivery. The letter isn't handed over directly, no. A discreet servant carries it in the dead of night, slipping quietly through the paper sliding doors of the recipient's estate. If the lady accepts the letter, she responds, ideally by dawn. If there is no reply, well, message received. Sensory drift. You crouch behind a pine tree in a moonlit garden. The air smells of damp moss and incense. A figure in dark silk glides across stepping stones holding a lacquered letterbox. Somewhere, a crane calls in the distance as a screen door slides open just enough for a pale hand to reach out and take the letter. But letters were only the beginning. Assuming mutual interest, the suitor then visits the lady's house, not for dinner, not even to speak face to face. Instead, the custom of mukaye-kon, a form of marriage by consent, takes place.
The man begins spending the night at the woman's home. At first, he might arrive secretly. If the relationship is deemed serious, he arrives openly and regularly. Eventually, this ongoing arrangement becomes recognized as a marriage. Scholars still argue whether this was liberating for women, who had considerable autonomy within their own family compounds, or simply a deeply gendered ritual masked in layers of poetic elegance. Probably both. And let's talk about the Han nobleman's most important accessory, the fan. Folding fans weren't just for cooling oneself gracefully, they were canvases for calligraphy, symbols of flirtation, and, occasionally, literal messengers. A fan painted with a morning moon might mean, "I long for you through the night." One decorated with falling leaves could hint at the sorrow of separation. And just as crucial as the proposal itself was the quality of the suitor's clothing. Deeply dyed silks, preferably in layered colors that referenced the season, showed refinement and taste. A clashing color palette? Social disaster. A fringe debate persists among historians about whether the custom of mukaye kon originated primarily out of romantic courtship or practical social engineering among aristocrats managing lineage and status. Was it sweet midnight poetry, or just strategic alliance building? Scholars sip their tea and continue arguing. For commoners outside the Han court, the proposal was simpler but still laced with formality. A man's family might send a sake gift to the bride's family. If the family accepted the sake, it was a clear yes. If they refused it, the answer was equally clear. Simple, efficient, and delicious. And then there's the yuino, the formal betrothal ceremony. Once both families agreed, gifts were exchanged in carefully arranged bundles, each representing something vital. Dried seafood for happiness, thread for binding two lives together, fans for prosperity, and sake for harmony. The entire arrangement was presented on lacquer trays, often tied with red and white cords, colors of celebration. Sensory moment again. You kneel beside a low table lacquered black as ink. In front of you are silk-wrapped bundles, each tied with precise knots. The faint clink of porcelain cups being filled with sake echoes as both families bow to one another in perfect, practiced harmony.
The wind shifts again, this time warm and dry, carrying you across golden savannas, lush rainforests, and sprawling deserts into the vast and diverse continent of Africa. The air hums with the buzz of cicadas, the soft drumming of distant ceremonies, and the scent of rain on dry earth mixed with sweet marula fruit. Here, marriage proposals don't come with diamond rings or folded poetry, but with cowrie shells, woven beads, hand claps, and songs passed down through generations. But here's the thing. You quickly realize there is no single African way of proposing. This continent holds thousands of distinct cultures, each with its own traditions, languages, and meanings, woven into the act of joining two lives together. Historians still argue whether it's even fair to try and generalize, but for now, you follow the melodies, the beads, and the colors that guide you from village to village. Start with the Zulu of southern Africa. A young Zulu man might send a love letter, but not the written kind. No, it's a beaded message called uchu. Tiny, brightly colored beads are carefully arranged into geometric patterns, each color symbolizing a different sentiment. White for purity, red for love, black for heartbreak or sorrow, and green for new beginnings. A perfectly arranged bracelet or necklace might say, "I love you," while another might gently whisper, "I'm waiting." Decoding it requires fluency in this intricate visual language, and probably some emotional bravery. You pause, running your fingers over one such necklace. Smooth beads, warm from the sun, spell out a message that only two people fully understand. The beauty of it?
The message is both public, worn openly, and private, hidden in plain sight. Move north now to the Sahel, where the Fulani people live. In this culture, the sharo is part of the proposal process, a public display where young men demonstrate bravery and endurance by submitting to ritual flogging. Yes, flogging. A potential groom stands tall and bare-chested as elders whip him across the back while he maintains perfect composure. Not flinching proves his strength and readiness for marriage. If he breaks, well, perhaps not husband material, at least not today. Scholars still bicker over whether the sharo originated purely as a marriage test or whether it was folded into marriage rituals later from older rites of passage. Either way, the message is clear. Love requires courage. Travel west to Ghana among the Akan, where proposals come with the knocking ceremony known as kokoko. The suitor's family literally knocks on the bride's family's door, bringing gifts of schnapps, money, cola nuts, and cloth. The knocking symbolizes a respectful request to begin marriage negotiations. No knocking, no proposal. The bride is consulted. Contrary to outdated assumptions, her voice matters greatly. If she agrees, the discussions move forward. If not, the door stays closed, literally and figuratively. Quirky tidbit time. Among the Yoruba in Nigeria, the proposal includes an exchange of symbolic items like honey, sugar, and salt, representing the sweetness and endurance of marriage. There's also an elaborate call-and-response ceremony. The groom's family prostrates themselves on the floor, while the bride's family gently insists they get up. It's a staged show of humility, honor, and acceptance. Sensory drift. You're seated under the shade of a baobab tree. Drums pulse steadily. The air smells of roasting peanuts, wood smoke, and blooming hibiscus. Two families sit in semicircles, vibrant fabrics swirling in every shade of blue, gold, and crimson. A calabash bowl is passed, filled with palm wine. Hands meet, laughter erupts, and somewhere in the crowd, two people exchange nervous but hopeful smiles. Marriage proposals across Africa are rich with metaphors. In Kenya, among the Maasai, a suitor may present a belt made of leather and beads, crafted by his mother, to the bride. It symbolizes readiness to take on the responsibilities of marriage. In some regions, a spear planted in front of a woman's home signals the man's intent to marry her. The spear remains until her family responds. And yes, livestock. Goats, cows, and sheep are often part of the bride price, not as a purchase of a person, but as a gesture of goodwill and the joining of families. It's a wealth transfer, a show of commitment, and an acknowledgement of the bride's value to her community. A fringe scholarly debate you'll overhear? Some anthropologists suggest that the symbolic wealth exchanges reinforce gender inequality, while others argue they empower women by giving them tangible economic security. Like so many things, it depends. Don't forget the music. Every step of the proposal, from the initial approach to the final agreement, is accompanied by rhythm, hand claps, stomping feet, talking drums that actually speak in tonal languages, songs that recount the ancestors, blessings for the future, and lighthearted teases about the groom's dancing skills, or lack thereof. Imagine now the final moment. The bride steps forward, accepting a necklace of cowrie shells, a symbol of wealth and fertility, or a bracelet woven with her future husband's clan colors. A gourd filled with honey wine is passed between them, sealing the promise. No rings, no papers, just the memory of words spoken, hands joined, and songs carried by the wind. And yet beneath it all, a truth as old as time. Two hearts negotiating not just with each other, but with families, with ancestors, with history itself. As the last drumbeat fades into the dusk, the wind rises once more. It smells faintly of ink and telegram lyres now. The world is getting faster, louder, and more connected. You're about to step into the prim, starched world of the Victorian era, where love letters cross continents, proposals happen by telegram, and jewelry made from human hair becomes all the rage. The wind carries you now into the prim, perfumed, and sometimes deeply peculiar world of the Victorian era. Horse-drawn carriages clatter over cobblestones, street lamps flicker in the London fog. The air smells of coal smoke, lavender soap, and, if you're being honest, just a hint of horse manure mixed in with the polite scent of progress. Welcome to the 19th century, where marriage proposals are a fascinating collision of rigid social etiquette, sudden technological innovation, and a deeply romanticized, and sometimes wildly weird, obsession with sentimentality. You stroll past polished shop windows displaying lace parasols, corsets, and gleaming gold lockets. But tucked in among these displays, rings, tiny boxes, and hair jewelry. Yes, literal jewelry made from the woven, braided hair of one's beloved. More on that delightful little trend shortly. Proposals in the Victorian age are a study in contrast. On one hand, they're suffocatingly formal, ruled by etiquette manuals that spell out exactly how long one must have courted before it is appropriate to propose. On the other hand, they're bursting with emotion, sentimentality, and a new willingness to let romance play a starring role. Historians still debate just how much choice women actually had in this era's proposals. Some argue the rigid social codes left women with little real autonomy. Others note that behind the layers of lace and propriety, women wielded subtle but significant power, especially in choosing whether to accept or reject a suitor. Picture it. A gentleman nervously paces in a parlor, top hat in hand, mustache impeccably groomed. The lady of his affections sits demurely at the piano, hands trembling slightly as she plays a gentle tune. He clears his throat once, twice, and finally stammers out the all-important question, not too bold, not too familiar, something like, "Might I hope, dear Miss Fairfax, that you would do me the immense honor?" The sentence trails into a cloud of anticipation. Or, plot twist, the proposal arrives not by mouth, but by telegram. With the expansion of the telegraph, long-distance sweethearts could exchange proposals at the speed of electricity. Imagine the scene. A young woman in Boston receives a message clattering out in dots and dashes from a suitor in London. Stop. Will you marry me? Stop. Romantic? Arguably. Economical? Extremely. Here's your quirky tidbit. Victorians were obsessed with secret codes and symbols. They developed entire languages around flowers, jewelry, and even the positioning of one's fan at a party. A red rose meant love. A yellow rose? Jealousy. Hand someone a sprig of basil, and you're basically saying, "I hate you." Choose carefully. And about that hair jewelry? Oh yes, it was real. Lovers or even close friends exchanged rings, brooches, and lockets containing woven braids of each other's hair. One particularly famous design featured a gold ring with a tiny window, behind which was an intricate plait of the beloved's hair, sometimes arranged into tiny flowers. Beautiful? Sure. Slightly macabre? Also yes. The proposal process wasn't complete without the call. A gentleman would visit the lady's home during her designated calling hours. There in the parlor, under the watchful eyes of her mother and sometimes an aunt or three, conversations would flutter from polite nothings to, if things were progressing, delicately phrased hints at deeper intentions. Sensory snapshot. You sit stiff-backed on a floral upholstered settee. The ticking of a grandfather clock seems deafening. A silver tea set glints on the table. Somewhere, someone coughs awkwardly into a lace handkerchief as the gentleman smooths his gloves, trying to find the exact right words that won't scandalize, confuse, or horrify anyone present. Of course, letters played a massive role. A man might send a handwritten proposal, pages of elegant script, sealed with wax, sometimes perfumed with violet or lavender water, and of course decorated with pressed flowers, dried ribbons, and perhaps a tiny sketch of a shared memory. A fringe debate still bubbles among historians over whether proposals via letter were seen as deeply romantic or cowardly. Some etiquette books praised it as elegant and respectful. Others tutted that a gentleman ought to look a lady in the eye while asking for her hand. Let's not forget the ring. This is the era when the diamond engagement ring starts its climb into tradition, thanks in part to clever marketing by jewelers and the increased availability of diamonds from newly opened South African mines. A delicate gold band set with a single diamond, perhaps flanked by seed pearls, was the mark of a modern, well-heeled proposal. But wait, there's more. Some adventurous and occasionally foolish suitors arranged surprise proposals during public events, a picnic, a garden stroll, even a hot air balloon ride. These were still rare and mildly scandalous, but hinted at the growing belief that love should be exciting, not merely negotiated. Omens weren't left behind either. Drop the ring during the proposal? Terrible luck. If the family cat sneezed during the conversation, some believed it meant the marriage would be filled with laughter or allergies, possibly both. Women, though restricted by legal and social norms, often held more behind-the-scenes control than outsiders realized. A well-placed remark, a slightly cooler tone in conversation, or a delay in responding to a letter could send a very clear message. Sensory drift. You walk past rows of gaslit street lamps. Rain slicks the cobblestones. In a shop window, a ring sits displayed on deep velvet. Inside a nearby post office, a young man hesitates before sending his telegram proposal, wondering whether stop feels romantic or just abrupt. But beneath all the corsets, the lace, the strict schedules, and the convoluted etiquette, the same nervous flutter exists. Two people, wondering if the hopes written in ink or tapped out in dots and dashes will be met with yes or silence. But the wind is shifting yet again. It's growing louder now, faster. Industrial smoke curls into the air, trains whistle in the distance, and a new world is emerging. A world of steam, steel, and, for the first time, proposals that start going viral.
The wind picks up now, sharper, filled with the scent of coal smoke, hot metal, and fresh ink from newspapers flying off presses. Welcome to the industrial age, the late 1800s to early 1900s, where factories roar, telegraphs click, locomotives screech, and for the first time, marriage proposals start to become strangely modern. You step off a train platform, dodging ladies in bustled skirts and men tipping their bowlers. Around you, shop windows sparkle with the latest craze, diamond rings. Big ones, shiny ones, rings suddenly being sold not just as symbols of commitment, but as proof of love, wealth, and, let's be honest, social bragging rights. The world is changing fast. Steamships, telegrams, photography, electric lights. Romance, swept up in the chaos, becomes a little flashier, a little more public, and for the first time, thanks to mass marketing, a little more commercial. Here's where it gets fascinating. You know that diamond engagement ring everyone expects today? This is exactly when it explodes into popularity. Jewelers, most notably De Beers, masterfully crafted the idea that a diamond is forever. Historians still argue whether this was a stroke of marketing genius or the start of a global jewelry conspiracy. Probably both. Sensory drift. You stand outside a jewelry store.
Behind glass, velvet-lined trays shimmer with diamond solitaires, pearl-studded bands, and elaborate filigree settings. A young man presses his nose to the window, calculating whether 3 months' salary really buys happiness or just a really, really small diamond. Meanwhile, train stations become unexpected hotspots for proposals. Imagine it. A young man waits nervously at a bustling platform, bouquet in one hand, ring box in the other, scanning the crowd for his beloved, stepping off the 4:15 from Manchester. A hug, a flurry of words, and right there, amid the hiss of steam and the chatter of porters, the question is asked. Why train stations? Because industrial life meant long distances, more travel, more separations, and more grand reunions. Quirky tidbit time. Billboard proposals started showing up. Yes, really. The first recorded case was an enterprising gentleman in the 1880s who rented space on the side of a brick building to pop the question in giant painted letters. Historians debate whether the bride found this wildly romantic or absolutely mortifying. Probably both. And then there's photography. For the first time ever, couples began capturing engagement portraits, stoic, unsmiling, perfectly posed. Imagine sitting stiffly for 10 minutes while the camera exposes, knowing that your slightly crooked smile will be immortalized forever. Letters didn't disappear, but evolved. The penny post made mail affordable for nearly everyone. Proposals traveled by envelope, telegram, and even postcard. One cheeky fellow in 1897 proposed to his sweetheart via a postcard featuring a cartoon of a man on bended knee beneath a lamppost. The caption read, "Say yes, and I shall be happy always." Bold move. Etiquette books kept up, anxiously updating their rules. Was it proper to propose by telephone? Some said absolutely not. Others whispered that the telephone's intimacy, one voice to another, unchaperoned, was far too daring, scandalous even. Historians still debate when the first phone proposal occurred, but safe to say it was probably immediately followed by someone tripping over the cord. Women, increasingly visible in the workforce and in social movements, began subtly reshaping proposal dynamics. The rise of suffragettes meant that some women, shockingly for the time, initiated proposals themselves. One famous anecdote tells of a factory worker in 1905 who simply declared to her boyfriend, "Well then, if you won't ask, I shall." He said yes. And then there's department stores. Suddenly, engagement rings are standardized, displayed behind glass under electric lights, available to anyone with the cash. Tiffany & Company introduces the now iconic solitaire setting, the diamond elevated on prongs so that it catches every possible glint of light. A symbol of elegance, clarity, and, let's be honest, social pressure. Sensory snapshot. You step into the polished marble lobby of a grand department store. The scent of perfume mingles with leather gloves and floor polish. On the third floor, the jewelry counter gleams under gas chandeliers. A clerk in a stiff suit unlocks a glass case, tilting open a tiny velvet box. Inside, a diamond that reflects both candlelight and ambition. One fringe scholarly debate, whether the increasingly public nature of proposals, billboards, public declarations, engagement parties, was a genuine shift towards celebrating love, or just another byproduct of a society obsessed with status, visibility, and consumerism. The answer, as always, is complicated. And yet, beneath all the noise of progress, train whistles, camera shutters, telegram clicks, you still hear the quiet question that never changes. A man fumbling with a ring box, a woman biting her lip, smiling, pretending she hadn't guessed. Hearts hammering, breath held, waiting for the answer. But the gears are turning faster now. The world is about to leap into an era of jazz, radio waves, short skirts, and bright city lights. Proposals are going live, broadcast into the airwaves, entangled in dance floors, and spelled out in neon.
The wind shifts yet again, crisper now, infused with the scent of perfume, cigarette smoke, and the electrifying buzz of radio waves. You step boldly into the roaring 20s, an era of jazz, flappers, speakeasies, and a dizzying sense that the old rules are unraveling faster than a Charleston dancer's fringe dress. Here, marriage proposals are shedding some of their stiff Victorian formality. The world is loosening its corset, literally and figuratively, and proposals are getting louder, cheekier, and, for the first time ever, broadcast to the public through a new magic: radio. You step off a trolley into a bustling city street. Neon signs flicker to life. Somewhere, a trumpet blasts out the opening notes of Sweet Georgia Brown as couples dance the night away in dimly lit clubs, their laughter rising above the baseline. In this new world, a proposal doesn't have to happen in a quiet parlor or via telegram anymore. It might be slipped between the sultry notes of a jazz solo, or, if you're really daring, spoken live over the radio. Yep, the first recorded on-air marriage proposals happen in the 1920s, usually as charming stunts orchestrated by clever radio hosts. And now, before we get back to Benny Goodman's latest tune, we have a special message from James in Brooklyn. Daisy, will you marry me? Cue static, cue squealing listeners, cue the collective gasp of an entire city tuning in. Historians still argue whether these radio proposals were the beginning of genuine media-fueled romance or just novelty acts designed to boost ratings. Probably both. Either way, the moment someone realized a microphone could amplify a proposal to thousands of strangers, well, the world never looked back. Proposals on dance floors were also the rage. Picture it, a young couple, hands linked, spinning under a glittering disco ball. Yes, those already existed, though they weren't yet called that. Mid-song, the band leader suddenly lowers the tempo and into his megaphone announces, "This next tune is dedicated to Miss Clara Thompson from Mr. Henry, who wonders if you'd make him the happiest man alive." Gasps, applause, perhaps a fainting flapper or two. Quirky tidbit alert, airplane proposals became a thing. No, not proposing in an airplane. Commercial passenger flights were still rare. But by hiring pilots to fly banners trailing behind tiny biplanes. "Marry me, Ethel." Bold, sky-high gestures that were probably visible to half the town and absolutely impossible to ignore. Sensory drift. You stand outside a jazz club, the hum of a saxophone drifting into the street. The pavement gleams from recent rain, reflecting the bright marquee. Live tonight, the Blue Cats Orchestra. Inside, laughter, clinking glasses, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing shoes mix with the nervous heartbeat of a young man fingering a tiny ring box in his pocket. Meanwhile, the ring industry marches on. Jewelers jump headfirst into advertising, printing magazine spreads that promise everlasting happiness in the form of a Tiffany solitaire or an Art Deco masterpiece set with emeralds and geometric diamonds. Rings become flashier, bolder, and for the first time, fashionably distinct from one another. The women of the 20s are different too. Flappers with bobbed hair and scandalously short hemlines reject some of the more rigid expectations of their mother's generation. Some even propose themselves, gasp, sending engraved cigarette cases, watches, or silk ties as tokens of intent. The fringe scholarly debate bubbles. Did the rise of female-led proposals in this era represent true social progress, or were they mostly symbolic gestures within a still very patriarchal society? The debate, like the jazz, never really stops. And speaking of breaking rules, let's talk elopements. Running away to get married wasn't new, but in the 20s it became downright fashionable. City hall weddings, quick courthouse vows, or sneaking across state lines to jurisdictions with laxer rules became romanticized acts of rebellion.
Nothing says I adore you like hopping into a Model T and speeding towards freedom and matrimony. Proposals also became infused with humor. Newspaper cartoonists loved to sketch anxious suitors sweating bullets, women rolling their eyes, and the timeless gag of the man down on one knee, only to discover she's been expecting this for weeks. Some things never change. Then there's the music. Songs like Ain't Misbehavin' or Let's Do It, Let's Fall in Love become unofficial soundtracks for romance. Sheet music sales skyrocket, and couples exchange favorite tunes almost like modern playlists. If your beau sends you the sheet music to Yes, We Have No Bananas, it might be time to reassess. Sensory moment. Picture a rooftop party. String lights twinkle overhead. A Victrola scratches out a jazz record. Beneath the stars, a man leans close, slips a tiny ring box from his pocket, and whispers the question, drowned out by the cheer of fireworks going off a few blocks away. But even amid the champagne bubbles and foxtrots, the core remains the same. Two people, caught in a swirl of modernity, asking the oldest question in the world. And the wind, always the wind, shifts yet again. There's something heavier in it now. Headlines about war drift by. Military drums. A generation of young men leaving home, sometimes with rings hastily tucked into pockets, sometimes with vows scribbled on scraps of paper. The world is about to get serious, and proposals are about to get rushed, raw, and heartbreakingly urgent.
The wind stiffens now, heavier, sharper, carrying with it the distant echo of marching boots, air raid sirens, and the low rumble of planes overhead. You step into the wartime decades, World War I, World War II, and suddenly, marriage proposals become more than romantic gestures. They become urgent promises made in the shadow of uncertainty, tucked into uniform pockets or whispered hurriedly between train whistles. The air smells of leather straps, wool uniforms, and gun oil. You pass a railway station swarming with soldiers, kissing sweethearts goodbye, the weight of the unknown pressing down on every embrace. In wartime, the proposal process often shifts into overdrive. Long, cautious courtships shrink into whirlwind decisions. Couples who might have taken years to get engaged now compress their love stories into a few frantic weeks, or sometimes days, before deployment. Historians still argue whether this led to stronger marriages, built on shared sacrifice, or a spike in hasty unions driven more by fear than compatibility. Probably both. Picture this. A young man in a khaki uniform, hat slightly askew, fumbling with a ring as he stands on the station platform. The whistle blows. The train won't wait. He grabs his sweetheart's hands. Marry me. Say yes. When I come back. But there's no time to finish. The train is already huffing forward. A kiss, a hurried nod, a wave through the window. It counts. It has to. Quirky tidbit time. During World War II, metals like platinum and gold were rationed for the war effort. This meant that engagement rings were sometimes made from silver, copper, or even recycled materials. In Britain, simple bands stamped with utility inside were common, a symbol of love that wasn't flashy but was profoundly meaningful. Sensory snapshot. You stand in the post office, its walls plastered with posters, buy war bonds, and loose lips sink ships. In line, a young man scratches a proposal onto a telegram form. 14 words to convey everything. My darling, will you wait for me? Will you be my wife? A clerk stamps it. Sent. The longest wait begins. And it wasn't just telegrams. Letters became lifelines.
Entire proposals unfolded across dozens of sheets of airmail stationery, smeared with fingerprints, rain, or worse. Soldiers wrote from trenches, from ships in the middle of the Pacific, from foxholes in France. Some included pressed flowers, drawings, or snapshots tucked inside. Some letters arrived weeks after the soldier who wrote them had already fallen. One particularly moving tradition? Soldiers carving engagement tokens from aircraft aluminum or shell casings. Known as trench art, these makeshift rings, pendants, or bracelets became stand-ins for store-bought jewelry, a symbol of resourcefulness, hope, and determination to imagine a future beyond the barbed wire. Meanwhile, back home, proposals didn't slow down. In fact, they skyrocketed. Wartime marriages exploded in number as couples rushed to marry before drafts, deployments, or postings overseas. Courthouses stayed open late. Ministers skipped rehearsals. A dress? Borrowed. A ring? Sometimes a twist of wire. The wedding photo might be black and white, hurried and a little blurry, but it captured everything. A fringe scholarly debate persists. Were wartime proposals a genuine return to deep romantic commitment, or simply social pressure ramped up by propaganda? Posters urged women to wait for their boys, while soldiers were reminded that having someone waiting at home kept morale high. The line between love and duty blurred until sometimes it was impossible to tell one from the other. Of course, radio played its part. Wartime broadcasts often included messages from soldiers abroad. Imagine a crackling voice, halfway across the world, coming through the radio. "To Mary in Boston, I love you. Will you marry me when I get home?" Families gathered around the set, blinking back tears. And here's a quirky twist. Some proposals even happened mid-mission. One famous tale involves a bomber pilot scribbling "Marry me" on a piece of paper and holding it up to the navigator, his girlfriend, while flying over enemy territory. They landed. She said yes. Sensory drift. You're in a dimly lit train station, the air thick with coal smoke and damp wool. Two people stand close, hands locked. Neither speaks. The words don't matter anymore. A small velvet box passes between them. It's empty. The real ring won't exist until after the war. But the promise? The promise is as solid as iron. Weddings themselves became simple. A white dress might be made from parachute silk, light, strong, and just fancy enough. Bouquets were sometimes wildflowers plucked from roadside ditches. Photos captured grooms in uniform and brides in borrowed heels, smiling fiercely into an uncertain future. And yet, even in the darkest days, humor thrived. One soldier wrote home, "If this war doesn't end soon, I'll propose by Morse code just to save postage." Another suggested eloping via a jeep with the best man riding shotgun. But always, beneath the ration books, the blackout curtains, the missing medals, and the waiting, always the same quiet heartbeat. "If I come back, will you be mine?" As the last echo of the air raid sirens fades, the wind shifts once more. The war ends. Soldiers return. The world inhales. It's time now for suburbs, white picket fences, backyard barbecues, and marriage proposals that just might be hiding inside a plastic container from a Tupperware party.
The wind softens now, exchanging the sharp bite of war for something altogether sweeter. Freshly mowed grass, the sugary scent of apple pie cooling on a windowsill, and the faint hum of a distant lawnmower. You step into the post-war world of the 1950s. a time of suburban expansion, television dinners, perfectly trimmed hedges, and a booming new genre of marriage proposals: domestic, cheerful, and just a tiny bit plastic. Literally plastic. You pass a driveway where a smiling housewife in a polka dot dress is hosting her weekly Tupperware party, complete with matching pastel storage containers stacked like colorful promises of the perfect home. And tucked discreetly inside one of those airtight lids, a diamond ring. Because yes, believe it or not, some bold souls actually hid engagement rings inside Tupperware as part of surprise proposals. Nothing says, "Will you be my forever?" like a burp-sealed lid. This is the era of the nuclear family fantasy, where the American dream is sold as a 3-bedroom house, 2 kids, a station wagon, and of course, a perfect marriage proposal that's just romantic enough but not too rebellious. Historians still argue whether this explosion of romantic idealism reflected a genuine shift toward love-based marriages or was simply an elaborate marketing ploy wrapped in post-war prosperity. Either way, the formula was everywhere. Get a job, buy a house, propose with a ring, marry, reproduce, repeat. Sensory drift. You step into a pastel-colored kitchen, all chrome and formica. The smell of roast chicken fills the air. On the counter, a box from the local jeweler sits suspiciously next to a freshly delivered set of Tupperware. The young man paces nervously, rehearsing his lines, while the radio hums softly with a Doris Day tune. Proposals in this era leaned heavily on surprise and spectacle. Popular choices included slipping a ring into a slice of cake at the local diner, hiding it inside a bouquet, or presenting it mid-spin on the roller rink floor. Yes, that happened, and yes, it went wrong sometimes. Quirky tidbit time. This is also when cereal box prizes hit their stride. Urban legends abound of rings hidden inside cereal boxes, not by the cereal companies, mind you, but by clever suitors who thought, "She opens the box every morning, she'll never expect it." Hopefully she didn't pour milk over it first. Meanwhile, Hollywood had a field day. Romantic comedies reinforced the idea that a proposal should come with just the right mix of charm, awkwardness, and a grand gesture. Watch any film from the era and you'll spot the familiar trope. The guy realizes, often far too late, that the girl is the one and races to catch her before she boards a train, leaves the party, or walks down the aisle with someone else. Sensory snapshot. Picture a drive-in movie theater. Convertible tops down, popcorn in hand. The movie flickers on screen, but the real drama is in the front seat of the blue Chevy Bel Air. A nervous hand slides a velvet box across the vinyl seat. The question is whispered between trailers, nearly all drowned out by the sound of crickets and the occasional honk from an impatient driver. Of course, the diamond ring didn't just remain, it became required. Thanks to relentless advertising, the message was clear. A man's love was measured, at least partially, by the size and sparkle of that stone. 3 months' salary was the going advice. Whether anyone asked how that math was calculated is still unclear. Women, while often framed in media as passive recipients of these grand gestures, were anything but. Letters, diaries, and oral histories reveal that many women expected and sometimes orchestrated the proposal. A strategically left magazine opened to a page titled "How He Proposed to Me," a casual mention of a friend's recent engagement, or, let's be honest, a pointed look toward the jewelry store window during a Sunday stroll. Subtle, devastatingly effective. A fringe debate among scholars centers on whether the post-war proposal boom actually reinforced gender norms, pushing women back into domestic roles after their critical contributions during the war, or whether it was part of a larger cultural shift toward valuing love-based marriage as a new form of partnership. As always, probably both. Let's not forget the role of technology. Television becomes the centerpiece of the home, and soon proposals start appearing on air.
A local news anchor interrupts his broadcast to propose to his girlfriend watching from home. A game show contestant wins a prize and then turns to his stunned date in the audience, pulls out a ring, and proposes in front of millions. Cue applause, cue gasps, cue every other contestant regretting not thinking of it first. And then there's the rise of the themed proposal. Think a young couple at a county fair. She turns around to find "Will you marry me" spelled out in blinking lights on the Ferris wheel, or spelled in fireworks over a summer lake, or written in the sand on the Jersey Shore just before the tide comes in and washes away the answer. Sensory drift. The breeze smells of cotton candy and hot dogs. Laughter from the bumper cars drifts by. The Ferris wheel creaks as it reaches the top. Two silhouettes pause, one on bended knee, the other with hands over her mouth. Somewhere below, the ride operator fumbles with the controls, pretending not to eavesdrop. And through it all, beneath the vinyl furniture, pastel paint, television jingles, and perfectly staged smiles, the question stays the same. Will you be my forever? And for the first time, there's a growing sense that the answer, just maybe, belongs equally to both halves of the couple. But change is brewing. It smells like patchouli and revolution. Hemlines rise, rules crumble, and the very definition of marriage and how one asks for it is about to get spun sideways by a generation who thinks tradition is something best tie-dyed.
The wind shifts once more, warmer, wilder, scented with patchouli, fresh-cut grass, incense, and the faint tang of spray paint from hastily scrawled protest signs. You step into the 1960s, an era where love beads clatter, vinyl records spin, and the very idea of marriage proposals is being cracked open, rewired, and occasionally set on fire. This is the dawn of free love. The rules are bending, gender roles are wobbling, and a growing number of people are asking, do we even need to propose at all? But not everyone tossed tradition out with their bell-bottoms. Marriage still mattered for many, it just started looking very different. Forget candle-lit dinners in fancy restaurants. Proposals are happening barefoot on the beach, lying side by side in wildflower fields, or curled up in beanbag chairs while the Beatles hum softly in the background. Historians still argue whether this era represented a genuine rejection of traditional marriage norms or whether, deep down, people just swapped one set of rituals for another, more relaxed version. The answer? It's a delicious tangle of both. Picture this. A young man and woman sit cross-legged at a music festival, arms slung lazily around each other, trading sips from a shared bottle of orange Fanta. He plucks a daisy from the ground, twists the stem into a ring, slips it onto her finger, and simply says, "Want to get married?" She laughs, kisses him, and replies, "Yeah, why not?" Cue applause from the strangers sitting nearby, who immediately pass them a tambourine in celebration. Quirky tidbit time. Some couples in the 60s proposed by engraving love notes into tree trunks or graffitiing "Will you marry me" onto the side of an abandoned railway car. Environmental concerns about the tree carving part would come later, but back then, pure romance. Slightly vandalistic, but still romance. Sensory drift? You're lying in tall grass. A record player hums nearby. "Wouldn't It Be Nice" floats through the warm air. Sunlight flickers through wind-tossed leaves. A homemade picnic of peanut butter sandwiches and lemonade sits between you and your partner. No velvet box, no big speech, just a shared glance, an understanding smile, and maybe, softly, the question. So, want to make this official? But the counterculture movement also brought with it more intentional challenges to the whole idea of formal proposals. Some couples actively rejected the concept, seeing it as a relic of patriarchal control. Who needed permission? Who needed a ring? The point was love, commitment, or sometimes the refusal to be pinned down at all.
On the flip side, this was also the decade of the grand, splashy public proposal resurgence. It wasn't uncommon to see marriage proposals scrawled across billboards, chalked onto sidewalks during campus protests, or shouted into bullhorns from parade floats. One famous example? A guy rented a plane to fly over San Francisco's Golden Gate Park during a protest rally with a banner reading, "Lisa, marry me or I'll jump. Just kidding." Did Lisa say yes? Historians never followed up, but everyone agrees the sign was spectacular. And then there were the quirky, beautiful, and absurd proposal rituals born from the era's obsession with astrology and cosmic alignment. A man might hand his partner a chart of their star signs perfectly aligned on a particular day and whisper, "The universe says it's time." Whether the universe approved was anyone's guess. A fringe debate still pops up in anthropology circles. Did the 1960s shift toward informal, spontaneous proposals empower couples to redefine love on their own terms, or did it secretly reinforce the same old dynamics under the guise of rebellion? The scholars still argue, probably barefoot, probably over a joint. Of course, the ring industry didn't vanish. Jewelers, ever resourceful, pivoted. Ads targeting the bohemian set featured non-traditional stones, moonstone, turquoise, amber, set in silver instead of gold. For the unconventional bride, the copy read, paired with images of women wearing flowing dresses instead of veils and barefoot grooms with hair to their shoulders. Women were increasingly the ones popping the question. With second-wave feminism in full swing, more women than ever decided waiting around wasn't their vibe. Some presented their partners with watches, woven bracelets, or just a simple direct, "Hey, want to do this thing or what?" And let's not forget the rise of the van life proposal. A couple living out of a converted Volkswagen bus pulls over at the Grand Canyon, walks to the edge, shares a moment of silent awe, and one produces a small wooden box from the glove compartment. The ring? Handmade. The vow? Let's keep driving. Together. Sensory snapshot? A sunset beach. Driftwood fire crackling. Someone strums a guitar, badly but endearingly. A young couple sits close, knees touching. One holds a string of tiny shells, knots it gently into a bracelet, and as the last chord fades, murmurs, "So, should we call it forever?" And even amid the protests, the songs, the marches, and the tear gas, the truth remains. The words may change, the backdrop may shift, but the question stays the same. Will you choose me? The wind shifts once more, this time carrying the disco thump of a bass line, the glimmer of mirrored balls, and the scent of hairspray mixed with pizza. Buckle up, the 1970s are waiting, with proposals that sparkle, spin, and occasionally float by, attached to a blimp.
The wind changes again, louder now, tinged with the pulse of a bass drum, the glint of mirrored disco balls, and the unmistakable scent of hairspray, polyester, and pepperoni from the nearby pizza joint. Welcome to the 1970s, where marriage proposals are funky, flashy, and just a little bit outrageous. You step onto a checkered dance floor. Colored lights flicker, platform shoes clack against linoleum, and somewhere in the corner, someone shouts, "Boogie!" over the steady thump of the Bee Gees. This is a decade where love lives beneath the disco ball, and proposals? Oh, they're starting to get weird, in the best possible way. The world feels freer, louder, and more flamboyant than ever, and proposals follow suit. Where the 60s leaned into barefoot sincerity, the 70s turns the volume all the way up. Grand gestures explode into the mainstream. If it doesn't glitter, spin, or flash in neon, is it even a proposal? Historians still argue whether this decade marked a genuine departure from tradition, or whether it simply dressed the old rituals in bell-bottoms and sequins. Either way, it was a vibe. Picture this. A couple on the center of the roller disco floor. "Stayin' Alive" echoes from the speakers. Mid-spin, the DJ suddenly kills the music. The lights dim except for one spotlight. A voice booms from the speakers. "Marcia, will you marry me?" Gasps,
Cheers! Someone wipes out in the corner, too stunned to maintain their balance. Quirky tidbit time. Yes, blimp proposals happened. You crane your neck, and there it is, a big lumbering airship floating lazily across the sky with a message in massive block letters, "Karen, will you marry me?" Guaranteed to be visible to half the city, and impossible to ignore. Whether Karen liked being proposed to in front of an entire metro area, historians remain divided. And then there were the billboards. Nothing said commitment quite like renting a huge chunk of roadside advertising space to declare, "Debbie, let's do this forever." Cue the traffic jams as drivers rubberneck to see if Debbie said yes. Sensory drift. You stand under a neon sign flashing open 24 hours outside a late-night diner. Inside, amid the clatter of coffee cups and the scratchy hum of a jukebox, a man digs into his denim jacket pocket and slides a tiny ring box across the Formica table. No speech, just a raised eyebrow and a half grin. The answer is in the way she laughs, tosses her feathered hair, and steals one of his fries. Meanwhile, the jewelry industry rolls right along, adapting to the changing mood. The diamond remains king, but styles shift. Yellow gold dominates, chunky bands, marquise-shaped stones, and settings that look like they were designed by someone who got halfway through designing a spaceship and thought, you know what, let's make it a ring. Women proposing, more common than ever. Emboldened by feminism's second wave, women increasingly rejected the idea that they had to wait. One woman might offer her boyfriend a gold ID bracelet engraved with "Forever," while another simply slips him a key to her apartment along with a raised eyebrow that says everything. A fringe scholarly debate? Whether the 70s era of flamboyant proposals was a sincere embrace of modern romance, or whether it was the start of turning personal moments into public performance. Was it love or spectacle? Or maybe both, baby. Definitely both. And then there's the music. Proposals came wrapped in mixtapes, literal cassette tapes, painstakingly recorded from vinyl records or the radio. Love declared through the perfect track list. Let's get it on. You are the sunshine of my life, and, depending on the couple's sense of humor, maybe hooked on a feeling. Astrology also made a roaring comeback. A proposal might be accompanied by a hand-drawn star chart, with the suitor explaining how Venus was in the perfect position for long-term harmony. Whether that was scientifically accurate, irrelevant. It was groovy. Sensory snapshot. Picture a sun-dappled public park. On a checkered picnic blanket sits a lava lamp, a basket of grapes, and 2 glasses of warm white wine. A man fumbles with the clasp of a mood ring, watching as it shifts from blue to green to purple. He laughs nervously. Well, guess it's time. Want to make this a forever thing? Let's not skip the rise of quirky, themed restaurants as proposal spots. Couples got engaged over fondue pots, at rotating rooftop restaurants, or while sharing giant sundaes at diners with jukeboxes on every table. Bonus points if the waiter was in roller skates. Even Las Vegas got in on the act. Chapel weddings were nothing new, but the 70s gave rise to the fully themed proposal. A man dressed as Elvis might drop to one knee outside the little white chapel, his mirrored sunglasses catching the Nevada sun, and ask the big question, "Darlin', will you be my hunka burnin' love?" No kidding, someone actually did that. And beneath all the polyester, the gold chains, the platform shoes, and the winking disco balls, the same simple truth remains. 2 people standing together, daring to imagine a future, daring to ask the question. But the neon flickers, the disco ball slows its spin, the wind is shifting again, this time towards the glow of CRT computer screens, the fuzzy static of cassette tapes, and the wild, slightly cringy possibility of seeing your proposal broadcast on the stadium jumbotron. The 90s are calling, and they've got questions.
The wind swirls faster now, flickering between static and synth pop as you step straight into the neon-soaked, big-haired, unapologetically over-the-top world of the 1980s.
The air smells like hairspray, rubber sneakers, and the faint tang of VHS tape cases. Somewhere nearby, a boombox blasts Take on Me while someone in acid-washed jeans nervously fumbles with something small, shiny, and probably oversized. Welcome to the decade where marriage proposals start blending flash, irony, and an emerging sense of go big or go home. If the 70s were bold, the 80s crank it up to 11 and then add a fog machine. Proposals in the 80s were loud, bigger rings, bigger hair, bigger gestures. If it didn't involve a public stunt, a cassette mixtape, or at least a hint of neon, were you even trying? Historians still argue whether the excess of the 80s reflected genuine prosperity-fueled joy or was an overcompensation for looming anxieties like the Cold War, economic uncertainty, and the creeping realization that parachute pants weren't going to be flattering on anyone. Either way, people proposed with the same philosophy they applied to shoulder pads. More is more. Picture this. A couple at an arcade. One partner fakes frustration, claiming the claw machine is broken. The other reaches in and, surprise, pulls out a ring box taped inside among the plushies. Cue gasps, high fives, and a nearby teenager yelling, "Dude, that's radical!" Quirky tidbit time. Some particularly daring souls proposed using early home computers. Yes, really. A floppy disk delivered with the label "Open Me" would boot up to a pixelated screen flashing the words, "Will you marry me?" Add in some clunky MIDI music and voila! Digital romance at 8 bits per second. Sensory snapshot. You're standing under a fluorescent-lit roller rink. The DJ lowers the volume on "Sweet Dreams Are Made of This" and crackles over the speakers. "Attention everyone! Brian has a question for Lisa." Spotlights sweep the floor. Brian, knees wobbling in his skates, holds out a ring. Somewhere in the background, someone slips and crashes into the popcorn machine. And of course, enter the ring pop. Yes, the actual candy. Proposals using ring pops became a cheeky, ironic gesture for young couples. Half joke, half serious. Slip it on, laugh, then immediately follow it with the real ring, if there was one. Meanwhile, the Jumbotron proposal makes its cringy, glorious debut. Midway through the baseball game, the camera zooms in on an unsuspecting girlfriend in the stands. Up flashes the text, "Lori, will you marry me?" The crowd erupts. Lori freezes, covering her mouth. Will she say yes? Will she panic under the gaze of 40,000 fans? Either way, no pressure. A fringe scholarly debate persists. Were public proposals in the 80s genuine expressions of love, or were they more about performance and social currency? Is it really romance if it only counts because 10,000 people witnessed it? Historians still throw shade at each other over this one. And then there's the music. Mixtapes reign supreme. Entire proposals are encoded in track lists. A cassette with side A labeled "Reasons I Love You" and side B labeled "Marry Me" becomes a secret treasure. Did the recipient have to listen all the way to track 7 to hear "Forever Young" cued as the real question? Absolutely. Emotional scavenger hunts were the currency of love. Pop culture plays a massive role too. Inspired by movies like Say Anything, some brave suitors stand outside windows holding boomboxes overhead blasting Peter Gabriel's "In Your Eyes." Depending on the neighbors, this was either deeply romantic or grounds for a noise complaint. Sensory drift. Picture a dim living room. VHS tapes stacked in one corner. A guy fumbles with the camcorder, hits record, and starts a nervous monologue. "Hi, Jessica. If you're watching this, well, I guess it means I had the guts to show you. So will you marry me?" He rewinds it 3 times, not sure if he should start over. He doesn't. And then there's the mall proposal. Yes, mall proposals are a thing. Picture the food court. Orange Julius in hand, leaning against the fountain. A ring box tucked between curly fries. Or better yet, an announcement over the PA system, "Attention shoppers, we have a special question for Emily in the food court." Either iconic or nightmare fuel. No in between.
Women proposing? Still rare. But the decade's explosion of Madonna-fueled girl power inspired more to do it. A woman might gift a guy a silver bracelet engraved with, "Wanna make it official?" Or slip him a note tucked inside his jean jacket during a Duran Duran concert. The jewelry follows the decade's trends: bold, chunky, excessive. Yellow gold dominates. Marquise diamonds, those pointy boat-shaped stones, become the epitome of 80s chic. Rings often feature multiple stones, geometric patterns, and settings that scream, "Look at me." One delightful fringe fact: a few brave souls even proposed via early cable access TV shows. Imagine sitting down to watch Cooking with Carol, and halfway, Carol pauses mid-recipe to say, "This next message is from Mike to Jenny in the audience." He has a question. Jenny either faints or runs. Carol keeps cooking. But underneath the neon, the synth, the parachute pants, and the undeniable volume of everything, the core never changes. A pair of nervous eyes, a held breath, a question whispered or blasted into the universe. And now, the wind shifts yet again, picking up the unmistakable dial-up whine of the internet. The 90s are coming, where love goes online, cringe goes big, and marriage proposals? Oh, they're about to show up on jumbotrons, chat rooms, and reality TV.
The wind shifts now with a jittery, pixelated buzz, the screech of dial-up internet, the clack of flip phones snapping shut, and the distant hum of a CD spinning in a Discman. Welcome to the 1990s, where marriage proposals go digital, ironic, and often gloriously awkward. You step onto a city sidewalk lined with blockbuster stores, coffee shops, and neon-lit arcades. A Nirvana riff leaks from a passing car. Someone strolls by wearing a flannel shirt over a friend's t-shirt, pager clipped to their belt. This is the decade where tradition meets technology, and sometimes crashes headfirst into it. If the 80s were all about excess, the 90s doubled down, but added sarcasm, irony, and an emerging awareness that maybe, just maybe, everyone was a little too cool to be earnest about anything. Except marriage. That still needed to be sincere, even if it came wrapped in a layer of grunge. Historians still argue whether 90s proposals marked the true beginning of the performative, shareable modern proposal, or if they were simply the last analog gasp before the internet swallowed everything whole. Honestly, both. Picture this: a couple at a baseball game. The jumbotron flickers. There it is, big pixelated letters. "Ashley, will you marry me?" The crowd cheers. Ashley gasps. Somewhere the camera zooms in for that grainy, slightly delayed close-up. Does she say yes? Everyone's watching. Quirky tidbit time. One of the first recorded email marriage proposals happened in 1994. He typed. She typed back. Historians are still trying to figure out if that counts as romantic or just practical. For the record, it counts. Sensory drift. You're sitting in a cluttered bedroom. Posters of the X-Files and Smashing Pumpkins cover the walls. A bulky desktop computer hums. A guy leans forward, sweating slightly, and waits as his dial-up connection finally loads his girlfriend's AOL chat. Fingers hover over the keyboard. So, will you marry me? LOL. This is also the golden age of television proposals. Reality TV takes off. Proposals happen live on morning shows, on talk shows, and even mid-interview. A man might interrupt his girlfriend's appearance on The Ricky Lake Show to kneel on stage, ring in hand, while the audience erupts into deafening cheers, boos, or both. Mixtapes don't die, they evolve. Now they come as burnt CDs labeled in Sharpie. For you, forever. Track 1, Truly Madly Deeply by Savage Garden. Track 2, Iris by Goo Goo Dolls. Somewhere near the end, Marry Me, scribbled in ballpoint pen over a track nobody really remembers. Let's not skip the mall proposals, still going strong. Picture it, in front of the fountain at the food court, beneath a banner hastily strung between the Orange Julius and Hot Topic, a guy with frosted tips drops to one knee. The food court claps. Someone spills an Auntie Anne's pretzel. Magic! But the 90s also introduced something the world hadn't seen before. Website proposals. Yes, entire GeoCities or AngelFire websites were built, decked out with flashing gifs of roses, blinking hearts, and spinning "Will you marry me" banners. Visitors had to scroll past the guest book and the MIDI version of My Heart Will Go On before hitting the big reveal. Cringy? Absolutely. Adorable? Also yes. A fringe scholarly debate still pops up over this. Was the 90s web proposal a genuine leap toward creativity and personalization, or was it just a precursor to the everything is content culture of the 2000s? Jury's still out, mostly because the guestbook keeps crashing. Sensory snapshot. A pier at sunset. A guy fiddles nervously with a Polaroid camera, trying to capture the moment. Instead of a ring box, he hands her a folded slip of paper. A Mad Lib sheet filled out with words like sparkly, forever, and merry. She reads it, laughs, and gasps when she reaches the last blank. Will you blank me? Meanwhile, women proposing. Oh yeah. The 90s makes it way cooler for women to take the lead. She might slip a ring into his Tamagotchi case, or slide a post-it onto his car dashboard that reads, "Wanna make it forever?" in bubble letters. Jewelry in the 90s reflects the decade's aesthetic. Solitaire diamonds stay classic, but settings get sleeker. White gold, platinum, minimalist designs. Princess cut diamonds take center stage, sharp and square, reflecting a vibe that's equal parts elegant and unapologetically 90s power couple. Pop culture continues to meddle. Proposals happen during concerts. This next song is dedicated to Jen in row 5 from Mike, or shouted from the mosh pit at a Blink 182 show. Whether or not anyone could actually hear the question over the distortion is another story. A fringe but delightful tidbit, some proposals happen in video rental stores. One guy famously rearranged the VHS covers on the staff pick shelf to spell out, "Marry me." His girlfriend spotted it while browsing for Sleepless in Seattle. She said yes. Hopefully they rewound the tape. And of course, the rising presence of theme park proposals. Disney World sees its first wave of serious, potophore-worthy proposals, right in front of Cinderella's castle, or during the drop at Splash Mountain, immortalized forever in that slightly blurry arms-flailing photo. Sensory drift. A rainy parking lot outside of Tower Records. Neon glows on wet pavement. A guy fiddles with a mixtape labeled, "The Best of Us." He hands it over. She pops it into the car stereo. The third track fades out. Then his voice, nervous, pre-recorded, comes over the speakers. "Hey, if you're listening to this, I love you. Will you marry me?" Under the flannel shirts, the scrunchies, the boy band posters, and the sound of dial-up internet struggling to connect, the heartbeat stays steady. Two people. One question. A future balanced on a single, terrifying, exhilarating word. And now the wind buzzes louder, high-speed internet, reality TV finales, and text messages flying faster than thought. The 2000s are here. Brace yourself. Proposals are going viral.
The wind shifts again. Faster now. Gliding over the whir of high-speed internet, the metallic click of flip phones, and the satisfying ding of incoming text messages. You step boldly into the shiny, jittery world of the 2000s, where marriage proposals officially go digital, viral, and sometimes spectacularly cringe. The air smells like mall food courts, fresh-baked Cinnabon, the plastic tang of a new iPod, and the unmistakable ozone of someone's Dell desktop overheating. Somewhere nearby, someone's ringtone blares Crazy in Love, while the group of teenagers cluster around the first-generation iPhone, squinting at the tiny screen. Welcome to the dawn of the viral proposal. If the 90s flirted with public spectacles, the 2000s commit fully, supercharged by the internet, reality TV, and the birth of YouTube. Suddenly, the question, "Will you marry me?" isn't just between two people, it's between two people and, well, the whole world. Historians still debate whether the rise of viral proposals marked a revolution in romantic creativity or the final transformation of private love into public spectacle. As usual, the answer is both, with a side of YouTube comments. Picture this. A man stands in the food court of the local mall. Over the loudspeakers, the intro to 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton starts playing. One by one, dancers spring up from the tables, launching into a surprise choreographed routine. Right at the crescendo, the guy drops to his knee.
A crowd gathers. Someone's filming on their Motorola Razr. This is going straight to MySpace. Or, if they're really ahead of the curve, to a grainy YouTube upload. Quirky tidbit time. The world's first documented text message proposal happens in 2003. He typed, "Will you marry me?" She replied, "Yes!" Critics at the time tut-tutted about how romance was dead. The couple? Happily married to this day. Historians are still split on whether it was romantic or lazy. Probably depends on the emoji usage. Sensory drift. You're sitting in a Starbucks. The smell of burnt espresso mingles with the clatter of keyboards and the hiss of milk steaming. A young man fiddles nervously with his laptop. He tilts the screen toward his girlfriend. There, in Comic Sans, of course, a PowerPoint presentation reads, "Top 5 reasons you should marry me. Slide 1. I make great pancakes." And then there's the rise of flash mobs. You can't escape it. A couple walks through Times Square. Suddenly, the music shifts. Dozens of strangers burst into perfectly synchronized choreography. The final formation, a human heart, with the proposer in the center, kneeling, ring box open. Crowd goes wild. Half of them are already uploading it to YouTube on their Nokia N95s. A fringe scholarly debate stirs. Did flash mob proposals democratize romance, letting anyone become the star of their own rom-com? Or were they the ultimate form of peer pressure dressed as love? Experts are still duking it out, in comment sections mostly. Meanwhile, theme park proposals explode. Disney's Cinderella Castle becomes ground zero for hundreds of engagements a year. You can practically hear it. "Jessica, you've always been my princess. Will you make me the happiest man alive?" Followed by 800 people simultaneously cheering and wiping their eyes. The jewelry of the 2000s shifts with the vibe. Platinum reigns supreme. Princess cut and cushion cut diamonds explode in popularity, thanks to endless reality shows like The Bachelor, where every proposal ends with a glittering Neil Lane ring shoved into the camera lens for maximum sparkle. Let's talk about The Bachelor for a moment. Proposals on national TV become the norm. At sunset, on beaches, with tearful declarations rehearsed over and over until the lighting's perfect. Love edited to fit between commercial breaks for toothpaste and SUVs. Sensory snapshot. A suburban living room. Beige carpet. A flat-screen plasma TV flickers. On screen, a contestant sobs, mascara running as her boyfriend kneels in front of a candlelit hot tub. The camera zooms in as he says the words. Back in the living room, a young couple watches. He squeezes her hand. She grins, side-eyes him. No words yet, but they both know it's coming. Women proposing in the 2000s? Yep, even more common now. A woman might sneak a ring into his boyfriend's Xbox controller, or stage a "Will you marry me" sign in the background of his favorite fantasy football draft party. More than one woman casually handed over an iPod preloaded with a playlist titled Our Forever. The last track? Her voice whispering the question. And then there's the rise of sky banners. Yep. The good old-fashioned proposal via airplane returns. With a 2000s twist, it's now paired with a social media post tagging every single friend, coworker, and ex who needs to know about it. A fringe but delicious tidbit, one man proposed using The Sims. He built an elaborate Sims house, decorated it with virtual flowers, had his Sim kneel in front of her Sim, and then turned the laptop to his very real girlfriend with the words typed in above the little avatars, "Marry me." She said yes. Probably also deleted the latter from the pool later, but that's another story. And of course, the YouTube generation means that proposals are no longer one-time moments. They're immortal, searchable, shareable, and ripe for comparison. Did you see how Mike proposed to Emily? He had a flash mob and a fireworks show. What are you planning? The stakes get higher. Sensory drift again. A backyard barbecue. String lights twinkle, a karaoke machine squawks. Midway through a very off-key version of I Want It That Way, he fumbles with the microphone, cuts the music, and stammers, wait, okay, so, will you marry me? Silence. Then screams, and someone accidentally sets a napkin on fire in the background. Beneath the hashtags, the pixelated banners, the auto-tuned proposal songs, and the occasional dropped engagement ring caught on shaky flip phone footage, the timeless question pulses steady. Will you? But now, the wind is shifting again. Faster, smarter, touch screens, push notifications, TikTok sound bites. The 2010s are arriving, and proposals are about to get algorithmic.
The wind sharpens, sleek and digital now, gliding over touchscreen glass, the faint hum of Wi-Fi routers, and the staccato pop of notification sounds. You step directly into the 2010s, a decade of smartphones, social media, and the terrifying, thrilling knowledge that everything can be filmed, filtered, and go viral instantly. The air smells like cold brew coffee, sunscreen from outdoor brunch patios, and the metallic warmth of phone chargers left in the sun. Someone nearby flips open a ring box while simultaneously balancing an iPhone on a tripod. A drone buzzes overhead, its tiny camera locked on two nervous, grinning faces. Welcome to the fully connected era of marriage proposals. If the 2000s flirted with public declarations, the 2010s make them mandatory, or at least that's how it feels. Why simply propose when you can propose and go viral on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube all before dinner's finished? Historians, probably arguing on Twitter, still debate whether the hyper-public proposals of the 2010s represent peak romantic creativity or the final collapse of privacy beneath the weight of the algorithm. As always, both. Picture this: a couple standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. Suddenly, a flash mob dressed as characters from Frozen appears. Music starts. Dancers spin. A violinist emerges from nowhere. And right at the bridge of Let It Go, the proposer drops to one knee, holds out a ring, and a perfectly positioned friend clicks Go Live on Instagram. Quirky tidbit time. This decade introduces the proposal drone. Yes, people use drones to deliver engagement rings. One particularly daring or slightly misguided suitor flew the ring toward his girlfriend mid-hike. The drone wobbled. The ring box dropped. Miraculously, no injuries. She said yes after they scrambled into the bushes to retrieve it. Sensory snapshot. You're on a rooftop bar. Fairy lights glow. The skylight twinkles. A guy stands fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, the building across the street lights up. Giant letters scrolling across the LED panels. Emily, will you marry me? Gasps, cheers. Everyone within a 5-block radius whips out their phones. It's being live-streamed on 4 different platforms before she even has time to say yes. And then there's the proposal vlog. Couples stage entire multi-part YouTube sagas. Day 1, shopping for the ring. Day 2, she has no idea what's coming. Day 3, the proposal captured from 7 angles, including one from a GoPro strapped to the dog. Comments flood in. I'm crying. I don't even know you guys, but this is everything. The like button gets obliterated. A fringe scholarly debate rages in the corners of social media studies. Are proposals this public a genuine reflection of modern connection, or a performative act optimized for engagement metrics? The answer, predictably, is tangled in the comments section. Meanwhile, the Disney proposal becomes a rite of passage. Cinderella's castle, the statue of Walt holding Mickey's hand, the wishing well. These locations rack up so many proposals that staff can often spot a proposer by the telltale nervous pacing, pocket checking, and the conspicuous friend casually filming nothing in particular. Pop culture plays a huge role. TV shows like The Bachelor now make the over-the-top proposal a gold standard. Helicopter rides, cliffside sunsets, candlelit mansions. The diamond? always the size of a small glacier. But not all proposals are grand. The 2010s also usher in the rise of the cozy, intimate proposal. Two people snuggled on the couch, Netflix paused on The Office, a pizza box between them. One partner slides the ring onto the pizza crust, nudges it forward, and simply says, "So, you in?" Minimalist, perfect. Sensory drift. A quiet kitchen. A dog lies curled on the rug. Someone opens the fridge, and taped inside is a handwritten note, "Marry me." Next to it, a cupcake. With sprinkles, obviously. Let's not skip the gender revolution. The 2010s demolish the old rule book. Women propose, men propose, non-binary folks propose. Sometimes both propose to each other, on the same day, completely by accident. One famous TikTok captures a couple both pulling out ring boxes simultaneously at the peak of a mountain hike. The scream that follows is half joy, half, "Are you serious right now?" Jewelry evolves, too. Yes, diamonds are still popular, but colored gemstones surge. Sapphires, emeralds, even black diamonds. Some couples skip rings altogether, opting for tattoos. Tiny matching symbols inked on their fingers in place of bands. And let's talk about the proposal meme. One guy posts a photo, an empty toilet paper roll with the words scribbled on it, "If you can live with this forever, will you marry me?" It goes viral. Half the internet swoons, the other half starts an argument about household chores. A fringe fact you can't skip: more than one person proposed via Spotify playlist. Hidden in the middle of tracks like Lover by Taylor Swift and All of Me by John Legend is a custom song title labeled "Will You Marry Me?" The realization hits about halfway down the playlist. Tears ensue. Sensory drift again. A Saturday morning farmer's market. Fresh bread, coffee, sun on your back. A handwritten chalkboard sign at the flower stall says, "Sarah, will you marry me?" She stops, blinks, turns to see him behind her, grinning, already holding the ring. And beneath the phone screens, the Snapchat filters, the live stream hearts, and the carefully staged Instagram grids, the heartbeat doesn't change. One question, one answer, one terrifying, exhilarating, breathtaking leap. The wind hums louder now. Shorter videos, faster trends, more chaos. The 2020s are arriving, and proposals? They're about to become bite-sized, viral, and sometimes a little meta.
The wind accelerates now, choppy, pixelated, electric. You step straight into the whirlwind of the 2020s, where proposals happen in 15-second bursts, framed by ring lights and set to trending TikTok sounds. Welcome to the era where love is algorithm approved, caption ready, and one hashtag away from reaching millions. The air smells like oat milk lattes, the faint heat of overworked phone batteries, and lavender-scented hand sanitizer. Somewhere nearby, a couple stands silhouetted against a neon selfie wall as their dog, wearing a tiny tuxedo, trots forward with a ring box tied to its collar. This is the era where proposals are chaotic, charming, and wildly creative, blending the personal with the performative in ways no generation has ever seen before. If previous decades asked, "How do we make this special?" the 2020s ask, "How do we make this special and go viral?" Historians, read Twitter threads and Reddit debates, still argue whether modern proposals are the peak of personalized romance or the final evolution of proposals as performance art. As always, it's complicated. Picture this: a couple hiking. As they reach the summit, one partner casually says, "Hey, check your phone." She does, and sees an Instagram reel queued and ready, a montage of their relationship, ending with a selfie of him holding a sign that reads, "Will you marry me?" She turns. He's already down on one knee. The sunset's perfect, so is the algorithm. Quirky tidbit time. One guy proposes entirely on TikTok. He choreographs a dance to About Damn Time by Lizzo. Mid-routine flips a sign that says, "Will you marry me?" Her gasp is captured perfectly. 10 million views by morning. Comment section? A war between "this is adorable" and "cringe, but goals." Sensory drift. You're at a food truck festival. Neon string lights overhead, laughter bubbling in the air. At the taco stand, a chalkboard menu reads, "Special today, nachos, tacos, and a very important question for Emma." She freezes, turns. He's there, ring in hand. 20 strangers cheer like they've known them for years. And then there's the proposal prank flip. TikTok loves chaos. A couple stages what looks like a prank, dropping a fake cake, tripping mid-dance, and then suddenly, out pops the ring. Laughter, screams, gasps, and someone whispering, "Wait, is this real?" A fringe scholarly debate simmers. Are TikTok and Instagram proposals just extensions of love languages in a digital age, or are we feeding an endless content machine that's turning love into a product? Both sides have valid points. Both sides are probably filming their arguments. Meanwhile, the Zoom proposal becomes a thing, especially in the pandemic years. Picture this: 24 little squares filled with friends and family, awkward smiles, someone muted accidentally, someone else yelling, "We can't hear you." And then, in the center, one partner holds up a sign, "Will you marry me?" Tears, laughter, a few frozen screens. The most 2020 moment imaginable. Not to be outdone, Animal Crossing proposals explode. Yes, really. A boyfriend painstakingly recreates a beach scene in-game, fills it with virtual flowers, sets up a table for two, and then types, "Will you marry me?" She gasps. Their avatars hug. Somewhere, a pixelated dog claps. Sensory drift. You're lying under a weighted blanket, scrolling. A TikTok pops up. A man hands his girlfriend a fake scratch-off lottery ticket. She scratches. The hidden message reads, "Will you marry me?" She stares, drops the card, screams. The comments flood in. "OMG, I'm sobbing. If someone doesn't do this for me, I'm suing." And then there's the most chaotic trend of all, the double proposal. Both partners plan to propose at the same time without knowing the other is doing it. They reach into their pockets, and both pull out a ring. The shock, the laughter, the absolute perfect moment of realizing they've been on exactly the same page all along. But beneath the filters, the ring lights, the iPhone 15s capturing everything in cinematic mode, the heartbeat stays steady. Two people, one question. The same leap humans have been making for thousands of years. And the wind carries you forward still, towards the near future, where AI, the metaverse, and holograms are poised to redefine love all over again. Proposals are going fully virtual.
The wind shifts again, no longer just air, but data. Crisp, weightless, and electric, it hums through fiber optic cables and Wi-Fi signals, past satellites, and into the neon-tinted edges of the future. You step forward into the late 2020s and beyond, where marriage proposals now blur the line between physical reality and the digital worlds we create. The air smells like warm plastic from VR headsets, a trace of ozone from wireless chargers, and the subtle synthetic leather of ergonomic gaming chairs. Somewhere nearby, someone adjusts their AR glasses and whispers, "Okay, ready, go live." This is the era where proposals aren't just public or viral, they can be hyper-personalized digital events. You don't just propose on a beach, you propose on a digital recreation of the exact beach where you first met, rendered in 3D, complete with the sound of waves and seagulls, viewed through a headset or floating mid-air in an augmented reality app. Historians, if they haven't been replaced by AI yet, still argue whether this is the natural evolution of love in a digital world, or the start of a future where even romance is trapped in code. As always, both. Picture this: a couple steps into the metaverse. They walk hand in hand through a virtual city built from their memories. Down one street is a replica of their first apartment,
Around the corner, the coffee shop where they had their first date, complete with pixelated foam hearts floating in cups. As they arrive at a rooftop garden, also entirely virtual, one avatar kneels. A menu pops up. Will you marry me? Accept, decline. Quirky tidbit time. Yes, people now propose with NFTs. One partner mints a custom NFT, an animation of two entwined rings, or maybe a pixel art of their favorite inside joke. The blockchain holds the proposal forever. Whether that's romantic or terrifying depends entirely on your stance on crypto. Sensory snapshot. You're sitting in a living room, but it fades away as you slip on your VR headset. Suddenly, you're standing on the moon. Earth glows huge in the distance. Your partner floats toward you, spacesuit glinting, and in a crackly voice says, "There's no gravity here, but I'm still falling for you. Will you marry me?" And let's not forget the rise of AI-generated proposals. Some partners feed their relationship history into an AI, which spits out a personalized poem, video, or even a mini-game where the final boss drops the line, "Will you marry me?" Whether this is adorable or outsourcing romance depends entirely on who you ask. A fringe scholarly debate is already bubbling in the corners of digital anthropology. Are AI-assisted proposals a profound new tool for creativity, or the beginning of a dangerous dependency where even our most intimate moments get outsourced to machines? The comment threads are wild. Meanwhile, the hologram proposal takes off literally. One person walks into their partner's living room. A tiny drone pops out of a box, projects a holographic version of their face, and the hologram delivers the proposal with a cheesy smile and a wink. Real? Sort of. Memorable? Definitely. Jewelry shifts with the future. Lab-grown diamonds are standard now, but some couples opt for digital rings. An NFT certificate, a virtual ring rendered for VR spaces, or a holographic display synced to their smartwatches. Others get rings embedded with smart chips that store private photos, messages, or even biometric data. A literal ring of memories. Sensory drift. A rooftop garden. Real this time. String lights shimmer against the night sky, but floating above the couple, visible only through AR glasses, is a constellation spelled out in virtual starlight. Will you marry me? She gasps, pulls the glasses off. He's kneeling for real, ring in hand. The lines between real and virtual blur beautifully. Even weddings get a makeover. Some couples host hybrid weddings. Half the guests attend physically, the rest join via VR headsets from around the world. Grandma waves from her sofa in Ohio. Cousins in Tokyo dance alongside guests in New York, digital avatars all grooving to the same beat. Let's not forget the proposal live stream hologram. A man proposes to his girlfriend while standing in Times Square. She's not there. Instead, she's at home in Australia, watching the entire event as a 3D holographic projection on her living room wall. The time zones don't matter. The moment is shared. A fringe fact too good to skip. A few daring souls program chatbots of themselves to deliver the proposal. Imagine getting a text, "Hi, this is future me. I have something important to ask. Will you marry me?" Whether that's sweet or deeply unsettling is still very much up for debate. Sensory drift again. A quiet beach at sunset. But wait, the beach is real. The message, though, is not. Through AR glasses, words appear in the sand, letter by letter. Gillowing, "Will you marry me?" She looks down. The message vanishes with the next wave. But when she looks up, he's right there, ring in hand, grinning. And yet, beneath all the filters, the NFTs, the holograms, and the perfectly synced drone light shows, the same heartbeat pulses. Two people, one question, the same leap it's always been, through history, across continents, now extending into the digital ether. But the wind isn't done yet. It shifts once more,
softer now, carrying you toward the quieter corners of the world, into small villages, remote communities, and indigenous traditions where proposals whisper in the language of ancestors, stories, and sacred rituals older than any algorithm could dream.
The wind softens now, gentler, more grounded. It slips away from neon screens, Bluetooth signals, and algorithmic feeds, carrying instead the scent of wood smoke, fresh rain on dry earth, wild herbs, and the quiet hum of rivers threading through forests. You step into the world of indigenous marriage proposal traditions, timeless, enduring, and woven deeply into the land, the ancestors, and the rhythms of life itself. Here, the proposal isn't a viral stunt or a flashy surprise. It's a slow unfolding, a conversation between families, communities, and sometimes even the spirits of those who came before. Unlike the hyper-individualized gestures of the modern world, indigenous proposals often carry a sacred weight, seen not as the union of two people, but the intertwining of families, clans, and generations yet to come. Historians, and importantly, indigenous scholars themselves, often remind us that every culture, every nation, has distinct ways of honoring love and commitment. Any attempt to generalize risks erasing nuance. Still, threads of similarity stretch gently between different peoples. Deep respect for elders, the use of symbolic gifts, and a reverence for nature as witness. Picture this. Among the Diné, Navajo people, a traditional proposal often begins with an offering, not of a ring, but of woven goods. The man's family prepares bundles of woven blankets, turquoise or silver jewelry, and food. These gifts are brought to the woman's family not as payment, but as an offering of respect, signaling readiness to join two lineages. Quirky tidbit time. In some First Nations communities of Canada, a special pair of moccasins is handmade as part of the proposal. The future bride gifts them to her partner, symbolizing that they will now walk life's journey together, step by step, side by side. Romantic, functional, and deeply symbolic. Sensory drift. You are standing in a round earth lodge. The scent of sweetgrass smoke curls through the air. Elders sit in a circle, their hands resting on carved wooden staffs or wrapped in soft fur. A young man speaks quietly, his voice steady but nervous, offering a braid of sweetgrass as he asks to join his life to hers. In the Maori people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, proposals are woven through whānau, the extended family. It's not uncommon for a partner to approach the elders first, seeking their blessing. Only when the wakapapa, the ancestral line, is acknowledged and respected does the proposal proceed. The taonga, or treasure gifted, might be a hand-carved ponamu, greenstone pendant, its spiral pattern representing growth, harmony, and eternity. A fringe debate among cultural historians persists. Are modern Maori proposals evolving toward Western-style diamond rings, or does the enduring significance of taonga still hold stronger? The answer is layered. Many embrace both, blending tradition with the contemporary in beautiful, personal ways. In many African tribal cultures, the proposal blends into the broader marriage process. Among the Zulu, after the initial exchange of beaded messages, the uku, the man's family formally visits the woman's family with an offering known as lobola. This typically includes cattle, not as payment, but as an acknowledgement of the bride's worth and a gesture of gratitude to her family for raising her. Sensory snapshot. A sunlit clearing beneath an acacia tree. Elders from both families sit on woven mats, sipping fermented milk, exchanging stories. Nearby, a herd of cattle grazes lazily, oblivious to the fact that they now symbolize the bridge between two families, two futures. In Inuit communities, where the environment shapes every aspect of life, proposals historically weren't marked by a single question, but an unfolding agreement between families.
A gift of a well-stitched pair of sealskin boots or a carefully carved ivory figurine might mark the intent to form a household. Survival itself is collaborative. Marriage reflects this. Quirky tidbit. In some Inuit traditions, a proposal might involve the building of a snow shelter together. Working side by side to construct an igloo was both practical and symbolic. If they could build shelter together, they could build a life together. A fringe scholarly debate appears here too. Some suggest that the increasing formalization of proposals in these communities mirrors outside influence, while others argue that adaptability has always been part of tradition, that cultures are living, breathing things, never static. Among Aboriginal communities in Australia, proposals are often inseparable from song lines, the spiritual paths that connect the land, the people, and the dreamtime stories. Marriage isn't just a social contract, it's a spiritual alignment. One might present a hand-carved object, like a kulamon, a wooden carrying vessel, painted with sacred patterns that reflect their family story. Sensory drift again. The sun dips low over the red earth. A circle of family gathers around a fire. The smell of roasting kangaroo mingles with eucalyptus. A young man steps forward, holds out a hand-carved message stick, and begins singing, a song that's as much for the ancestors as it is for the woman he loves. Jewelry in these traditions, when present, carries deep meaning. It's less about carats and more about connection. Shell necklaces, woven fiber bands, carved bone pendants, each carries layers of story, lineage, and belonging. Some couples today weave these into modern rings, blending gold with inlays of wood, turquoise, or greenstone. And let's not forget language itself as a form of proposal. Among the Sami people of Northern Europe, a love song called a yoik may serve as a declaration of commitment. The melody isn't just sung to a person, it's sung for them, embodying their presence in sound even when they're far away. Sensory drift one last time. Snow crunches underfoot, a reindeer herd shifts in the distance. A young man stands, breath clouding the winter air, and begins to sing. A melody without words, yet filled with meaning. His partner listens, eyes bright, understanding every note. And yet beneath the firelight, the beadwork, the feathers, the bone, and the stone, the heartbeat never changes. Two people, one question, one answer that resonates not just between them, but through the earth beneath, the ancestors above, and the generations still to come. But the wind stirs again. It shifts toward the waters, toward islands ringed by coral and salt air. The next chapter carries you into the marriage proposal traditions of Oceania, where seashells, woven mats, and the tides themselves hold the secrets of commitment.
The wind turns warm and salty now, carrying the scent of sea spray, frangipani blossoms, and fresh coconut. You step onto the sunlit shores of Oceania, an expanse of islands scattered across the Pacific, where marriage proposals are carried on the rhythms of the tide, the weaving of mats, and the echo of ancestral songs whispered through palm fronds. Here, proposals aren't flashy or hurried. They unfold slowly, deliberately, wrapped in ritual, family, and a deep respect for community. In many cultures across Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia, marriage is not simply the joining of two individuals, it is the interweaving of families, lineages, and the spiritual world. Historians remind us that in Oceania, the concept of marriage has always been holistic. Proposals are not simply about romance. They honor the land, the ancestors, and the balance between humans and nature. Whether through shells, woven mats, or carved wood, the symbols of commitment reflect the relationship between the couple and the earth itself.
Picture this. In Samoa, a man's family gathers to prepare the ie toga, an intricate, highly prized fine mat woven from pandanus leaves. The mat isn't just a gift, it's a living treasure, representing generations of craftsmanship, family honor, and the sacredness of union. The groom's family brings the mat to the bride's family, accompanied by speeches, songs, and traditional foods. Only with the exchange does the formal proposal become complete. Quirky tidbit time. In Fiji, a traditional proposal includes presenting a bundle of yangona, the dried root used to make kava, a ceremonial drink. The groom's family offers it to the bride's family along with woven mats and whale's teeth, known as tabua. Whale's teeth are among the most sacred and valuable items in Fijian culture, symbolizing respect, sincerity, and commitment. Sensory drift. You're standing in a clearing beneath the towering banyan tree. The scent of earth, flowers, and sea breeze mixes with the smoky tang of a cooking fire. Families gather on woven mats. A man steps forward, holding a gleaming tabua cradled in his palms. His voice is steady but humble, as he speaks not just to the bride, but to her parents, her grandparents, and the ancestors whose names are spoken in the wind. In Hawaii, the proposal often draws on the gift of a lei. A lei is more than flowers. It's a symbol of love, respect, and the interconnectedness of life. One partner may present the other with a lei of maile, a sweet, woody-scented vine sacred in Hawaiian culture, and quietly whisper their proposal beneath the rustling leaves of a kukui tree. A fringe scholarly debate floats through the halls of anthropology. Has the surge of Western influence diluted these traditional proposal practices, or have they simply evolved, folding new symbols, like diamond rings, into the fabric of ancestral customs? As always, the answer dances somewhere in between. In the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea, proposals often involve the preparation of bride price ceremonies. Gifts may include woven baskets, pigs, shell money, and handcrafted tools. It's a public, communal event where both families discuss not only the union, but how responsibilities, respect, and resources will be shared. Sensory snapshot. A village square framed by palm trees. Children weave in and out of the gathering, laughter mingling with the steady beat of a wooden slit drum. Elders sit in a circle, stringing shell money into long, glittering strands. The suitor stands quietly, hands clasped, waiting for the moment when the elder gives him the nod to step forward and speak. Among the Maori of Aotearoa, New Zealand, you'll see the giving of a ponamo, a jade greenstone pendant, often carved into a haimatau, a fishhook for prosperity, or a koru, a spiral representing new life. The stone isn't chosen at random. It is often blessed, its lineage traced, its meaning explained. The act of gifting it itself is a binding vow. Quirky fringe fact time. In some remote Polynesian islands, proposals traditionally involve the gift of a finely woven fishing net. It symbolized the ability to provide, to sustain, and to share abundance, whether from the sea or from the heart. And then there are the quiet proposals. No ceremony, no crowd, just two people walking the shoreline. One reaches down, picks up a perfect shell, polishes it clean with their thumb, and hands it over with the simple words, "Walk with me," for life. A gesture as old as the tides. Sensory drift again. A canoe skims across a turquoise lagoon. The rhythmic splash of paddles fills the air. Two figures sit at the bow. One reaches into a basket, pulling out a necklace strung with polished cowrie shells and coral beads. No speech, just a glance, a nod, and the shared silence of understanding as the canoe drifts onward. Even in modern Oceania, many blend the traditional with the contemporary. A proposal might happen on a beach at sunset, with both the diamond ring and a hand-woven ie toga side by side, or on a hike to a volcanic peak, with a ponamu pendant exchanged rather than a ring. Some propose with a haka, a ceremonial dance that, while often associated with challenge or celebration, can also be adapted to honor the seriousness and joy of asking someone to join a life together. Imagine it, the thump of feet against earth, the synchronized cries of family and friends, and the final whispered line that holds the question beneath all the force and fire. Sensory snapshot once more. You stand on a cliff edge, the wind whipping your hair. Below, waves crash against black volcanic rock. Behind you, friends and families sway singing softly. Before you, the person you love holds out a piece of driftwood, carved with both your names entwined in flowing script, and whispers, "Forever?" And yet, beneath the salt air, the woven mats, the lei, the jade, the shell, the firelight, and the stories sung to the stars, the heartbeat doesn't change. Two people, one question, one answer, that resonates not just between them, but across oceans, through family lines, and into the waiting hands of the future. But now the wind shifts again, brisk, sharp, tinged with parchment, ink, and old stone. It carries you northward, into the halls and hills of medieval Europe's neighbors, the Celtic, Norse, and Germanic traditions, where proposals are bound by rings, runes, and oaths whispered under sacred trees.
The wind grows cooler now, edged with the crisp bite of mountain air and the earthy scent of damp moss, old oak, and the distant tang of iron. You step into the world of ancient Celtic, Norse, and Germanic traditions. Lands of misty hills, fjords, dense forests, and roaring hearth fires. Here, marriage proposals hum with the power of oaths, runes, and symbols as ancient as the standing stones that dot the landscape. This is a place where words are more than words, they are binding. To speak a promise before the gods, the ancestors, and the land itself is no small thing. Proposals here are not mere questions, they are contracts sealed with ironclad intent, whispered beneath sacred trees, carved into stone, or braided into rings of silver and gold. Historians still argue whether these traditions were purely transactional, designed to consolidate alliances, or whether beneath the legal bindings genuine affection was just as vital. The consensus? A complicated, glorious mix of both. Picture this. Among the Norse, a marriage proposal was often a negotiation between families. The groom's family brought a munder, a bride price, not as a purchase, but as a pledge that the man could support his wife and any future children. Once accepted, the two families held a hand fasting, the literal binding of hands with woven cord or ribbon, symbolizing the joining of lives. Quirky tidbit time. Viking-era couples sometimes exchanged swords instead of rings. The groom would present his family's ancestral sword to the bride, symbolizing his protection and her role in continuing the family line. In return, she might gift him a knife crafted by her own hands, a token of trust, utility, and partnership. Sensory drift. You stand in a clearing beneath a towering ash tree, believed to be a child of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Smoke rises from a nearby fire as two families gather. An elder unrolls a bundle of rune-carved wooden tiles, whispering their meanings. Beneath the rhythmic chanting, a young man takes his beloved's hand and knots a crimson cord around both their wrists, murmuring the words of binding.
Among Celtic traditions, especially in ancient Ireland and Scotland, the hand-fasting ceremony was also central. A couple's hands were wrapped together with braided fabric, often woven by the bride's family. This wasn't just symbolic, it was legally binding for a year and a day. After that, they could choose to stay married or part ways with no shame. A fringe scholarly debate lingers. Was this trial marriage system progressive, offering autonomy and choice? Or was it simply practical for small clan-based societies where flexibility was key? Most agree it was both, a romantic and pragmatic solution for uncertain times. The proposal itself might not be a single dramatic moment, but rather a process. A suitor might present a gift of torques, rigid metal neck rings symbolizing wealth and status, or a brooch, beautifully engraved indicating his intentions. Gold wasn't always the most valued material. Bronze, iron, and silver carried equal, sometimes greater meaning based on regional beliefs. Sensory snapshot. A windswept hilltop scattered with standing stones. The air smells of heather and damp earth. A man kneels, no box, no diamond, but holding a spiral-engraved stone he found on their first walk together. He presses it into her palm and whispers, "This is the mark of forever." In Germanic traditions, particularly among early Anglo-Saxons, proposals involved the exchange of Morgengevu, the morning gift. This was a pledge from the groom to the bride, not to her family but to her personally. It might be land, livestock, jewelry, or even a place of honor within the household. Unlike a dowry, it was hers alone, symbolizing both respect and practical security. Quirky fringe fact. In some regions, the exchange of arm rings was just as common as finger rings. Worn around the upper arm, these solid metal bands were symbols of loyalty, wealth, and vows, both romantic and political. Giving someone your arm ring was a declaration as binding as any modern engagement. Let's not skip the role of omens. Proposing on certain feast days, especially Beltane or Midsummer, was considered especially lucky. Birds circling clockwise were a good sign. A sudden downpour. Mixed results, depending on whether you were a pessimist or thought rain was simply the blessing of the earth itself. Sensory drift again. A stone circle at dusk. Fires flicker at the cardinal points. A musician plays a haunting tune on a wooden flute. Two figures step into the circle. Their hands are tied together with blue and green ribbons, colors of earth and sky. The crowd hums, murmuring blessings. Someone scatters flower petals. A stone-carved drinking horn passes between them. Each drinks, sealing the pact. Jewelry in these traditions isn't just decorative, it's deeply symbolic. Spirals for eternity, triskelies for balance, knots with no beginning and no end. A ring might be hammered from iron, etched with runes spelling words like loyalty, strength, or forever. Diamonds weren't part of the tradition. Silver and amber were far more likely. And then there's the role of storytelling itself. Among Celtic bards and Norse skalds, a love poem or song might serve as the first step of a proposal. Imagine standing in a mead hall as a bard recites your love story, how you met, the trials you've shared, the hopes you hold. The final line? And now, before gods and kin, they ask, will you walk this path together? Sensory drift one last time. A long house glowing with firelight. The scent of roasted meat and pine pitch fills the air. A man holds out a woven cord, handmade from wool dyed in the colors of her family's tartan. He doesn't kneel, that's not their way, but he grips her hands firmly and says, before sky, earth, and sea, I ask, will you be mine? And beneath the iron, the runes, the mead, the stone circles, the whispered oaths beneath sacred trees, the heartbeat stays steady.
Two people, one question, a leap as old as time itself. But now the wind stirs again, softer, more reflective. It carries you toward a quieter journey through the myths, symbols, and superstitions surrounding proposals themselves. What has luck meant? What has fate decided? The next chapter drifts into the strange, wonderful world of proposal omens and wedding superstitions from every corner of the globe.
The wind feels playful now, soft, swirled with laughter, nerves, and the faintest hint of mystery. It carries the rustle of old parchment, the sparkle of tossed rice, and the whisper of half-forgotten rhymes murmured beneath breath. You're stepping now into the curious, quirky, and sometimes downright bizarre world of proposal omens, marriage superstitions, and the strange little rituals that humanity has clung to for thousands of years in hopes of bending luck in love's favor. This is a place where the question, "Will you marry me?" is never just a question. It's a moment haunted, charmingly, by the invisible fingers of fate, luck, and the desperate hope that nothing unlucky ruins the yes. Historians still argue whether these superstitions emerged as genuine spiritual beliefs, practical psychology, or simply as humanity's way of trying to control the uncontrollable. The answer, predictably, is a delightfully tangled mix of all three. Picture this. In many European traditions, proposing during the waxing phase of the moon, when the moon is growing, was considered a promise of a growing, prosperous marriage. A waning moon? Risky. Marry while the moon is on the increase, and your love will grow. Marry while it wanes, and you tempt fate. Quirky tidbit ton. In Victorian England, there was a common belief that sneezing during a proposal was a sign of good luck. In fact, some suitors, upon noticing their intended getting the sniffles, considered it the perfect moment to pop the question. On the flip side, dropping the engagement ring before placing it on the finger was considered terrible luck, unless it bounced. A bounce meant the bad luck had jumped away. Sensory drift. You're standing in a small garden, candlelight flickering. Somewhere nearby, wind chimes tinkle. Just as he reaches for the ring box, a black cat scampers across the path. Both freeze. A moment of pure panic. She laughs first, waving it off. "It's fine. I like cats." The proposal continues. Let's talk about days. Across cultures, certain days are blessed, others absolutely forbidden. In ancient Rome, marrying during the Ides of any month was bad luck, especially the Ides of March. Meanwhile, Celtic traditions whispered that Beltane, or May Day, was the best day to declare love, with the fires of spring blessing the union. A fringe scholarly debate still bubbles among folklorists. Are these beliefs rooted more in astrology, agricultural cycles, or sheer human pattern-making? Are we mapping meaning onto the stars, or is something truly written there? Then there's the weather. Rain on the day of the proposal? In much of Asia, that's a blessing. Fertility, renewal, growth. In parts of Europe, mixed signals. A sunny proposal is joyful, but sudden wind? Some say it carries away doubts. Others whisper that it carries away commitment if not handled properly. Let's not skip animals. Spotting a pair of swans before proposing? Excellent. Swans made for life. Doves? Same deal. But crossing paths with a weasel? Not so much. Weasels were once considered harbingers of deceit. A rooster crowing at an odd hour during the question? Deeply inauspicious in some cultures. Sensory snapshot. A mountaintop trail. Two people reach the summit. As he reaches into his pocket, an eagle wheels overhead, casting a long shadow over the rocks. They both glance up, grinning. "Good sign," she whispers, as the wind kicks up the scent of pine and cold stone.
In Japan, cranes, symbols of longevity and happiness, appear frequently in proposal lore. Folding 1,000 origami cranes as part of a proposal isn't just a romantic gesture. It's believed to invite 1,000 years of happiness together. Tedious? Sure, but undeniably beautiful. Quirky fringe fact. In parts of Eastern Europe, some believed that slipping the ring onto the wrong hand first, accidentally, invited spirits of misfortune. The fix? Spin around 3 times counterclockwise and try again. Looks silly? Yes. Still practiced? You'd be surprised. Then there's food. Proposals that involve certain foods are believed to carry luck. In Italy, offering bread with olive oil before the question symbolizes a home filled with abundance. In parts of India, sharing sweets during or after the proposal seals the commitment with prosperity and joy. But spill salt during the moment? Oh no. Toss a pinch over the left shoulder immediately to ward off evil. Sensory drift. A cozy kitchen. The smell of cardamom and honey fills the air. A man slides a dish of gulab jamun across the table. Beneath the syrup-soaked pastry, a ring glints. Her gasp is followed by delighted laughter and a quick pinch of salt tossed behind them by the grandmother watching from the doorway, just in case. Let's not forget the role of numbers. In China, the number 8 is considered the luckiest. Its pronunciation sounds like wealth and fortune. A proposal at 8:08 p.m. on August 8th, perfection. But the number 4, avoid it. It sounds like death in several Chinese dialects. Similarly, in some Jewish traditions, the number 18, representing chai, meaning life, is woven into the wedding and proposal. A donation, a gift, or even the timing of the proposal itself might intentionally reflect multiples of 18 for extra blessing. A fringe superstition? Propose with a pearl at your own risk. Pearls, shaped like tears, were once considered harbingers of sorrow in marriage. Whether this holds today, well, it depends entirely on whether you believe in old sailors' warnings. Sensory snapshot again. A wind-swept beach. Waves crash. 2 people walk, hand in hand. He reaches down and picks up a shell, flawless, gleaming. A sign, he murmurs. She laughs, or just a shell. But even as she says it, both smile. Some part of them wonders. And then, of course, the final superstition. Never rehearse the proposal out loud. Speaking it before the moment risks jinxing it, inviting fate to meddle. The word should tumble out raw, imperfect, unscripted, honest. Yet beneath the omens, the black cats, the eagle shadows, the sneezes, the salt pinches, and the carefully chosen lunar phases, the heartbeat stays steady. 2 people. 1 question. A leap made with trembling hands and hopeful hearts. But now the wind stirs once more, gentler now, heavier, more nostalgic. It carries you back, way back to the very beginning. To the origins of the proposal itself, to the oldest records, the earliest gestures, the first time a human ever looked at another and dared to ask, forever.
The wind grows heavier now, thick with the scent of dust, parchment, smoldering fire pits, and the ancient perfume of crushed herbs and oils. It carries you back, far back, before TikToks, before love letters, before even written language itself, back to the very origins of the marriage proposal, to the first humans who ever paused, turned to another, and somehow found a way to ask, "Will you be mine?" Of course, no one knows exactly when the first proposal happened. There are no videos, no diary entries, no cuneiform tablets scribbled with "Please respond." But archaeologists, anthropologists, and historians have pieced together a blurry but mesmerizing picture of how humans first navigated the terrifying and beautiful act of forming lifelong bonds. Historians still debate whether the earliest proposals were romantic, practical, or simply survival strategies. Was it about love, territory, the shared raising of children? The answer, predictably, is yes to all of it, wrapped together in ways both familiar and utterly alien. Picture this. You're standing in a Paleolithic clearing. The air is damp with morning dew. A fire crackles. Nearby, members of a small tribe prepare for the day, tending tools, gathering food, checking traps. Two figures step slightly apart from the group. One reaches down and offers a woven cord of sinew strung with shells and animal teeth. No words. Language doesn't quite exist yet, at least not the way you know it, but the gesture is unmistakable. You, me, together. Quirky tidbit time. Some of the oldest human graves ever discovered, over 30,000 years old, show pairs buried side by side, often with matching adornments of shells, beads, or stone pendants. Were they married? Bonded partners? Lovers? No one can say for sure, but the matching grave goods whisper something universal across millennia. We were a pair. Sensory drift. You crouch near a fire circle. The scent of roasting meat mingles with crushed sage. Two figures approach the elder, skin painted with ochre, hair braided with bits of bone and feather. A silent exchange of goods, a nod, a gesture to the sky then the earth, and with that, an understanding. A life together has begun. In early Mesopotamia, one of the first civilizations to leave written records, the proposal evolved into a legal transaction. Clay tablets record contracts where the groom's family offers gifts, sometimes livestock, sometimes silver or barley, in exchange for the right to marry a daughter. But even here, beneath the formalities, hints of affection flicker. Personal seals stamped onto the clay often include symbols of love, intertwined serpents, blooming flowers, or crescent moons. A fringe scholarly debate still rumbles. Were these ancient contracts merely economic exchanges, or did they formalize relationships that were already emotionally significant? Some say they were purely practical, others argue that love, however different it might have looked, was always quietly at play. Let's not skip ancient Egypt. Proposals there were often arranged, but far from loveless. Letters and poems survive, where one partner writes to another, declaring, "I am with you like the water is with the river. I will never leave you." Gifts of jewelry, cosmetics, and fine linen accompanied the offer of marriage. Sensory snapshot. You walk through a sun-drenched courtyard lined with palm trees. A young scribe, nervously smoothing his linen kilt, hands over a delicate reed basket filled with lotus flowers, papyrus scrolls, and a carved wooden pendant shaped like the eye of Horus. His voice shakes slightly as he murmurs, "Walk beside me." In ancient China, proposals date back over 4,000 years and were steeped in ritual. The groom's family would consult a fortune teller to compare the bazi, the 8 characters derived from each person's birth date and time, to ensure compatibility. If the stars aligned, the groom's family would send the big gift, a package containing tea, wine, food, and silk to the bride's family, signaling the formal proposal. Quirky fringe fact: one of the earliest written records of a proposal involves not words or rings, but geese. Yes, geese.
In Zhou Dynasty China, a man might send a live goose as part of his proposal. Why? Because geese mate for life, fly together in formation, and are considered symbols of loyalty and fidelity. Plus, practical bonus: dinner if things didn't work out. In ancient Greece, proposals were both legal and social. The ingesis, literally meaning a giving of the hand, was an agreement between the groom and the bride's father. Once sealed, the father would extend his hand, shaking the groom's, as a symbolic passing of responsibility. Yet Greek love poetry from the era revealed plenty of heart-sick suitors pouring out feelings as timeless as anything on a modern playlist. Sensory drift again: a marble courtyard filled with olive trees. Two families sit cross-legged on woven mats. The scent of bread and honey drifts through the air. A father clasps hands with the young man before him, sealing the pact. Meanwhile, the young woman glances away, hiding a small smile as her fingers trace the pattern on her ceramic pendant. In Mesoamerican cultures like the Maya and Aztec, marriage proposals often involved an elaborate courtship ritual. A suitor's family would send respected elders to visit the bride's family, never directly. The suitor himself stayed home, anxiously waiting as his fate was debated over cocoa, maize, and tobacco. If accepted, gifts of textiles, jade, and cacao were exchanged. A shared meal sealed the deal. A fringe fact too wonderful to skip: some early Polynesian cultures practiced proposal exchanges using intricately knotted cords or sashes. Each knot represented a promise: a home, a child, shared labor, love, protection. When fully tied, the cord symbolized the complete bond of the couple. Sensory snapshot one last time. A fireside beneath a star-smeared sky. Two families gathered. The suitor's father carefully unwraps a bundle of woven fabric, revealing a green stone pendant, a woven belt, and a carved bowl. Words flow, part blessing, part bargain, part poem. Two hands meet across the fire. A new story begins. And yet beneath the clay tablets, the jade pendants, the knotwork, the cocoa beans, and the sacred geese, the heartbeat stays unchanged. Two people, one question, one answer. A leap older than civilization itself, woven into the DNA of what it means to be human. But the wind turns again now, gently. It carries you not into another chapter, but into the gentle slope downward, into softness, comfort, and sleep. The final pieces of this journey whisper around you, preparing to settle you into the warm drift of dreams.
The wind softens but keeps moving, steadily now, weaving through time as you drift into the graceful patterns of the Renaissance and Enlightenment eras. The air shifts, rich with the scent of beeswax candles, parchment, rosewater, and ink. Harpsichords play softly in the distance, and the echo of footsteps on marble floors blends with the low murmur of poetry being recited in a candlelit corner. Here, marriage proposals begin to look a little more familiar. Letters exchanged, rings presented, but still wrapped in layers of formality, ritual, and a growing sense that romance itself deserves center stage. The Renaissance, with its rebirth of art, poetry, and humanism, transforms proposals into something as much about love as about alliance. Historians still debate whether the sudden explosion of romantic literature in this era genuinely changed how people viewed marriage,
or whether it was simply a fashionable layer over the still very practical business of merging families, wealth, and titles. Like everything in history, it's complicated, and likely both. Picture this, a grand estate in Florence. A young man, clad in a velvet doublet, kneels, not yet with a diamond ring, but with a silver posy ring engraved with tiny words inside the band. He holds it out, murmuring in elegant Italian, senza fine, without end. Quirky tidbit time. Posy rings, popular across Europe from the 15th to 17th centuries, carried short love poems engraved inside, hidden where only the wearer could see. Messages like, "United hearts, death only parts," or "As God decreed, so we agreed," made the ring both a proposal and a secret. Sensory drift. You stand beneath a vaulted stone archway, the scent of jasmine heavy in the twilight air. Two figures exchange tiny folded letters sealed with wax. The man shifts nervously, offering a carved wooden box. Inside, a painted miniature portrait of himself, a token of constancy in a world where travel and separation were common. During the Enlightenment, proposals become even more infused with personal choice. While aristocratic matches are still brokered, the rising middle class introduces an ideal of marrying for love, and courtship becomes a public dance of wit, intellect, and subtle flirtation. A fringe, scholarly debate surfaces. Did the Enlightenment ideals of reason and individualism truly liberate marriage from family control, or did they simply dress the same old dynamics in flowery, philosophical language? Historians love to argue over this one, preferably over coffee and biscuits. In France, a proposal might involve the exchange of a gimel ring, two interlocking bands worn separately by each partner during the engagement. At the wedding, the rings are joined and worn by the bride, symbolizing unity. The message, "I held half your promise, now you hold it all." Sensory snapshot. A candlelit salon, crystal chandeliers sparkle overhead, a string quartet plays softly in the corner. A gentleman stands, hands trembling slightly, as he offers a ring set with a sapphire, blue for fidelity. His voice barely rises above the music as he asks, "Will you honor me with your hand?" A pause. Her smile is answer enough. In England, the poetry of Shakespeare and the letters of the Romantic poets begin to infuse proposals with language that borders on the operatic. A suitor might recite lines from Sonnet 116, "Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments," before offering a ring. Quirky fringe fact. In the 18th century, it was briefly fashionable in Europe to present a lover's eye miniature, a tiny painting of just one eye, framed in gold and worn as a brooch, ring, or pendant. To propose with one was to say, "My eye is always on you." Equal parts romantic and mildly unsettling. And then there were the symbolic gifts. A lock of hair, carefully braided into jewelry, a silk glove, meant to represent a pledge of service and protection, or a simple sprig of rosemary, symbolizing remembrance and fidelity. Sensory drift again. A garden at dawn, dew still heavy on the roses. A man kneels on the damp grass, pulling from his coat a small wooden box. Inside, not a ring, but a pressed violet, delicate, fragrant, faded slightly with age. "This was from the day we met," he whispers. "Will you be mine?" As the Industrial Revolution creeps into the late 18th and early 19th centuries, proposals begin to lean more towards what we recognize today: rings set with diamonds or colored stones, written contracts paired with whispered promises, and slowly but surely the growing belief that love alone is a sufficient reason to marry. Yet, beneath the silk cravats, the powdered wigs, the embroidered gloves, and the lines of poetry etched into silver bands, the heartbeat stays the same. Two people, one question, a leap as fragile as enduring as the vows whispered beneath the stained glass windows of every chapel, cathedral, and quiet grove across Europe. And now the wind softens, its edge dulls, its pace slows. You can feel the journey beginning to settle, the shapes of history fading into softness as you float toward the modern world's quieter corners, the proposals that don't make the headlines, the quiet traditions that still hum through everyday life.
The wind slows now, softer, heavier with the scent of everyday life, fresh coffee, linen sheets, the comforting waft and simmering soup from a neighboring kitchen. The world around you quiets. You're stepping into the present day. Not the viral TikTok versions, not the drone shot proposals or the grand Disney gestures, but the quieter, everyday proposals happening all around the world. Quiet, thoughtful, deeply personal moments that rarely make the highlight reels, but shape most of humanity's love stories. This is the side of proposals you don't always see. No hashtags, no jumbotrons, no ring light perfect photos. Just two people figuring out how to ask the biggest question of their lives in their own way. Historians argue less here because there's nothing to dispute. This is living history. Every day, in every city, every village, every apartment above a noisy street or tucked in the quiet suburbs, someone is nervously figuring out how to say, "Forever?" Picture this. A couple in their pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, surrounded by half-assembled IKEA furniture. The Allen wrench drops. One partner looks over, grins, and says, "You know, we could make this official. Want to marry me?" There's no ring yet, just laughter, and the sudden realization that the answer matters more than anything else. Quirky tidbit time. According to several wedding surveys in the last few years, about 15% of modern proposals happen at home. No fancy restaurant, no Instagram setup, just the comfort of four walls, a couch, maybe a confused pet watching nearby. Turns out, cozy beats flashy for a lot of people. Sensory drift. You sit at a kitchen table. Morning light filters through the blinds. The smell of cinnamon rolls and fresh coffee fills the air. One hand reaches across the table, slides over a folded napkin. On it, written in smudged pen, "Marry me?" No grand speeches, just a quiet moment that shifts the world. Not everyone wants a ring. The rise of minimalist living, sustainability, and financial mindfulness means some couples ditch the diamond entirely. Instead, a proposal might come with the planting of a tree together, a permanent bracelet welded shut, or matching tattoos. Proof that the bond matters more than the object. A fringe cultural debate circles here. Are we moving into a post-ring era, or are humans just getting better at blending tradition with personalization? Sociologists weigh in, but the truth feels simpler. People just want something that feels true to them. Meanwhile, many modern proposals are mutual. Both partners decide together, over breakfast, on a road trip, mid-laundry folding, that it's time. No surprise, no kneeling, just a moment of shared clarity. Some even exchange proposals simultaneously, each revealing their own little plan, laughing at how perfectly in sync they accidentally were. Sensory snapshot. A mountain trail at sunrise.
Two hikers sip thermos coffee, watching the fog burn off the valley below. One reaches into a backpack, fingers trembling slightly, and pulls out a thermos lid, not a ring box. Inside, a folded note. Want to keep climbing together? For, ever? Let's not forget the quiet humor threaded through many modern proposals. One might scribble, "Marry me," on the underside of a pizza box lid, or spell it out with refrigerator magnets, or program it into the smart home assistant. "Hey Alexa, ask Emily to marry me?" Cue shrieks, laughter, and a slightly confused AI voice repeating, "Did you say add eggs to shopping list?" Quirky fringe fact: more than one person has reportedly proposed using Google Calendar. Yes, a partner opens their shared calendar and sees an event titled "Spend the Rest of Your Life with Me," set for 7 p.m. that day. Practical, efficient, slightly unhinged. Perfect. In many cultures, traditions hold steady, but flex gently. A Chinese couple might consult an astrologer to choose a lucky date, but skip the formal dowry exchange. A Jewish couple might propose with a simple ring and later break the glass together at the wedding. An Indian couple may still involve families in discussing the marriage, but share a quiet, private proposal moment first, just the two of them. Sensory drift. A late-night drive through the city. Streetlights blur into lines of gold and silver. A song comes on the radio. Your song. One partner turns the volume down, glances sideways, and simply asks, "So, wanna do this forever?" No plan, no ring, just the thrum of tires and the pulse of possibility. Then there's the digital intimacy of long-distance proposals. Two people, hundreds or thousands of miles apart, staring into grainy laptop screens. "Check your email," they say, smiling nervously. A shared Google Doc opens. At the top, Chapter 1, Our Forever. The question waits at the bottom, blinking in black text. Even the language of proposals evolves. Gone are the assumptions that one person has to do the asking. For many, it's a mutual shift, a long conversation over time that crystallizes into, "Yeah, let's do this." Whether spoken on a mountaintop or whispered between toothbrushing and Netflix, the gravity is the same. A fringe fact you'll love. Some couples skip the proposal altogether. No question, no event, just a shared understanding that they're moving toward marriage. One day, someone simply says, "So when should we start looking at venues?" And the other nods like it was always obvious. Sensory drift one last time. A park bench in autumn. Leaves tumble in spirals around two figures sitting close, sharing a quiet cup of coffee. One reaches into their pocket, not for a ring, but for a tiny folded piece of paper. "I wrote down how I feel. Want to read it?" The words aren't fancy, but they're true, and that's more than enough. And beneath the pajamas, the coffee dates, the dog-collared ring boxes, the pizza lid scribbles, the mountain sunrises, and the messy, ordinary, sacred texture of everyday life, the heartbeat stays steady. Two people, one question. A leap as terrifying, beautiful, and timeless as it's ever been. But now the wind softens for real, slows. You can feel it beginning to settle, to fade, to tuck you gently toward the closing of this journey. One last chapter waits, a gentle wind down, a soft landing, a lullaby to carry you into sleep. The wind grows quieter now, gentle, like the hush of a library, the sigh of pages turning, or the sound of distant waves lapping at the shore. You've walked through centuries of love, commitment, and the thousand ways humans have asked the same trembling question. And now, before we settle into the final softness, there's one more path to stroll.
A meandering look at the symbols, the meanings, and the shared threads that have tethered proposals together across the ages. You begin to notice the patterns, not just in how people propose, but in the objects, the gestures, the symbols that appear again and again, whether in the sands of Egypt, the ice of the Arctic, the coral shores of Polynesia, or the neon-lit rooftops of a modern city. The circle. Always the circle. Rings, knots, wreaths, garlands, braided cords. Across cultures, the circle appears, a symbol of eternity, of no beginning and no end. Whether forged in gold, twisted in vine, or drawn with a finger in the dirt, it's the same whisper. This is forever. Historians muse on whether the ring itself is humanity's oldest symbolic object, or whether it's simply the one we never outgrew. Even before metalworking, couples exchanged rings of woven grass, carved bone, or plaited hair. Sensory drift. You kneel by a riverside. Two people sit beneath the shadow of a willow tree. One braids a ring of grass, tight and delicate, hands trembling slightly. The other watches, smiling, knowing exactly what's coming next. Then there's the offering, a gift, almost always. From the earliest carved beads to modern diamond solitaires, the act of giving has always meant more than the object itself. It says, I see you, I choose you, and I bring something of mine to place in your hands. In some traditions, it's food, a loaf of bread, a bowl of rice, a woven basket of fruit, symbols of sustenance, of the home the couple will build together. In others, it's cloth, woven, dyed, embroidered. In still others, it's music, a poem, a handmade object, something from the giver's hands, heart, or hearth. Quirky twidbit time. Some medieval European proposals included the gift of a pair of gloves. Why gloves? Symbolically, it meant, I offer my hands to your service, my labor, my protection. Plus, gloves were expensive, a public sign of devotion and investment. And then there's the act of kneeling. Not universal, but surprisingly widespread. You've seen it countless times, the proposer dropping to one knee, eyes lifted, offering the ring. But why kneel? Some trace it to medieval courtly love, where knights knelt before their ladies. Others say it mirrors religious supplication, kneeling as an act of humility and reverence. Either way, the message lingers. I honor you. I humble myself before this question. Sensory snapshot. A quiet forest clearing. The air smells of rain on pine. A young woman kneels, not because tradition demands it, but because something in her heart tells her this is the shape the moment wants to take. She opens her hand, palm up. Inside, a stone carved with their initials, smooth from weeks of preparation. Another symbol, the journey. So many proposals happen during movement, on hikes, during travels, on bridges, at crossroads. It's never an accident. Subconsciously, the message is clear. We are travelers together. Shall we continue this road as one? A fringe but beautiful fact, in Mongolian tradition, some proposals were made by offering the gift of a horse's bridle, a signal that the bride would join the groom on life's journey, riding beside him. The bridle wasn't just a tool, it was a promise of shared direction, shared labor, and shared destiny. And then there's water. Over and over, water appears in proposal traditions. Rivers, oceans, wells, fountains. Maybe because water mirrors the heart, deep, reflective, changing, yet constant. Many proposals happen beside water, often unconsciously drawn to its quiet symbolism of life's flow. Sensory drift again. A bridge over a small canal. Lanterns float on the water, their reflections trembling but unbroken. Two figures lean against the railing. One reaches into his pocket, not a box, but a folded paper boat. Written on it in tiny, careful script, "Sail with me?" Let's not skip the role of witness. Whether it's a crowd of cheering strangers at a baseball game, the solemn presence of elders in a village circle, or simply a curious squirrel watching from a tree branch, being witnessed turns the private into something sacred. We said this, and the world saw. Yet some of the most powerful proposals happen without any witness. Just the wind, just the earth, just the beating hearts of two humans, and perhaps the stars blinking silently above. And woven through every era is the terrifying, delicious risk of it all. Because no matter how carefully planned, how perfectly rehearsed, a proposal is always a leap. A step into the unknown, a moment suspended between the fear of rejection and the hope of forever. Sensory drift one last time before the close. A winter window, frost crawling across the glass. Two mugs of tea sit on a windowsill. One hand reaches over, tracing a circle in the fogged pane. No words, just the circle. The look that says, "Do you see it? Do you feel it?" The other hand covers it. A nod. A quiet, simple yes. And beneath the willow leaves, the driftwood rings, the silver posy bands, the woven grass, the tick-tocks, the holograms, the blacksmith's hammer, and the jeweler's loop, the heartbeat has never wavered. Two people. One question. One answer. A leap as old as breath itself. The wind grows soft now, quieter, ready to guide you into the final gentle descent, into sleep, into softness, into the closing of this long, winding, beautiful story.
The wind shifts for the final time, no longer rushing through time or bustling with stories, but quiet now, gentle, like the whisper of linen curtains in an evening breeze, like the sound of your own breath softening, settling, easing down. There's nothing more to learn tonight, no more centuries to visit, no more grand gestures, no more flash mobs, no more rune-carved rings or holographic banners in Times Square. Just stillness, just the warmth of knowing. The story of marriage proposals, the one stretching back tens of thousands of years, isn't really about diamonds or drones or even promises whispered under sacred trees. It's about something far simpler. Two souls. A question. A trembling pause before a whispered yes. The language changes, the rituals shift, the symbols rise and fall, but the heartbeat never changes. You breathe in, long and slow. The air smells softer now. Warm cotton, the faint floral trace of pillowcases, maybe the far-off memory of wildflowers or candle smoke. The kind of scent that only lives here, in the space between wakefulness and sleep. Somewhere out there, someone right now is tying a string around a bouquet. Someone is scribbling a note they've rewritten 10 times, but still feels imperfect. Someone is kneeling, whether physically or just in spirit, and whispering, "Forever?" And somewhere else, a quiet voice replies, maybe with laughter, maybe with tears, maybe just with a nod that changes everything. Yes. Breathe out. Let the edges of that thought blur. Let the timelines fade. The sharp lines of ancient stones, the glimmer of modern skylines, the candlelit archways, the soft glow of a phone screen. Let it all dissolve into softness now. The wind slows to a hush, carrying only the most delicate threads of the story. Threads of gold, of grass, of silk, of whispered promises tucked into the corners of history. All of it looping gently, endlessly, like a ring with no beginning and no end. Your eyelids feel heavier now, your limbs softer. The weight of the blanket presses comfortingly against you, grounding you. The world grows quieter, softer, smaller. There is no more need for thought, no more need for wandering. The story has carried you exactly where you were meant to go. And now it's time to rest. You are safe. You are held. The wind has gone quiet. Sleep now. Sleep well. You are loved. End of script. Sweet dreams.